All right. We should be live. Testing, testing. Yeah. Okay. It looks like we are live. Do that really quick. And then that. Okay. All right. We are live. I've been noticing we are starting to get some supercells kind of develop in this portion of our storm, and there actually is a couple little areas of rotation that I'm keeping an eye on. So I just decided to go live and keep an eye on it with you guys, so you guys know that there is some embedded supercells inside of this arc here. Today we are going to be expecting some severe weather out in this area. We've got a slight risk out there for some severe weather. And our main risk for today, I think that I'm going to be really paying attention to, is going to be this 5% tornado risk, which is certainly possible today. So if you live over here into southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois, we have that chance for some tornadic activity today. So you guys want to be weather aware, watching out for tornadoes. And we don't really have a tornado watch at the moment, but I do think, at least for the time being, our storms back over here are trying to overperform. Also, we are starting to see some cell initiation also a little bit further to the south as well. See over there near Platteville, Dodgeville, Richland Center, La Crosse over there too. Need to be watching out for some severe weather potential. We don't have any warnings or watches at the moment. But it does seem like our event is trying to get underway early. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on these storms for you guys, just in case something does happen. But thank you guys for tuning in. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully you guys are doing better than me. Honestly, shouldn't be live right now. My stomach is absolutely struggling right now, but I've decided to battle it and stop being such a weakling. Madison, Wisconsin's definitely going to have to watch these storms. Let me check our environment right now, see what we've got. Yeah, we've got plenty of instability already in place. Low level lapse rates are good, so our updrafts are going to be nice and strong, unfortunately. Storm relative velocity, I would assume, is starting to get elevated. Not quite elevated yet. Sitting around 50, which really isn't that much. What about our vorticity? I'm imagining there's a decent amount of vorticity. Yeah, these storms out over here are sitting in an area of decent vorticity and 3 Cape. So, some brief tornadoes definitely cannot be ruled out. Like this storm over here near Gaze Mill, you can see that we do have a strengthening inflow there and a couple of areas of rotation within this storm. And you can see that classic bean shapes forming within this line. We've got embedded supercells all within here. Also, a little bit further to the south, a couple more embedded supercells as well. So got to keep an eye on these storms. They should form into a linear line here shortly. So I'm hoping that at least this northern portion of this tornado threat falls apart over within the next hour or so. But I think it is something that we need to watch out for, especially here for like Sparta, Hillsborough, Greenwood, and Viroqua. Thank you, Melissa Kelly, for becoming a WIMD member. And thank you also to Melly for the $9.99 of the raw money. What kind of money is that, by the way? What about Southern Illinois? So for Southern Illinois, we are expecting some chances for severe weather, like over there near Greenville, Effingham, and Hillsborough. But like far Southern Illinois, probably mainly just thunderstorms down there. And also, we are watching out for a little bit of a tornado potential back over here, a little bit further to the west, near like Wyoming, Nebraska, and then over there near Denver as well. We got a special weather statement on these storms. Looks like that's going to be for wind gusts of up to 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. Let me get that music up. We need that music. Feels really quiet. Epidemic sound. There we go. There. I think I'm gonna turn it down just a tad. I still think every time I re-listen back to my streams, it seems like it's a little bit loud. We're gonna turn it down even more. Probably like right there. Thank you, Sean, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Oh, it's Romanian money. Ah. And I see the EF2 fire tornado in Utah a couple days ago. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still a decent little area of some circulation there, just to the west of rolling ground. Again, not very strong rotation yet, but definitely still a supercell. This is kind of our southern Charlie supercell right now. And so it's kind of got a clean, I guess, pickings of the kind of environment that we have out there today. A little bit of rain out in front of it, though, might be sapping the environment a tad bit, but we'll see if these storms can do anything. Over there near Soldiers Grove. You can see the kind of thing that we're dealing with here is a little bit of a shortwave trough. You can definitely see that motion. It's kind of like an inland hurricane. You know, if this was out over the Gulf of Mexico right now, it would definitely have a higher chance of developing into something than this guy down here. Because this guy's like over land and it doesn't even really have a surface circulation whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, not really a hurricane, obviously, but you know, it kind of works like that. You know, you get this little bit of area of low pressure system. You get a lot of air circulating around it, and it's a pretty compact system. I think if we could come over to our satellite imagery, you're actually also seeing some of those cloud tops, colder cloud tops pop up here in our satellite imagery, indicating that we have some taller thunderstorms building there on the southern side, where we are starting to see some of that rotation. And coming over to our visible satellite, you can probably really see that spin. Yeah, you can. Definitely a decent area of spin there. And that's going to be causing our problems. You know, it's not a big scale system, so we're not really expecting any widespread tornadic activity. Again, it's really just out in front of this own system. This system kind of creates its own environment, its own lower level wind shear environment, upper level wind shear environment, and then kind of just tracks over these areas and can elevate the tornado risk, as we are seeing out here today. So if you live over there near Madison, Rockford, Oshkosh, Money Falls, Kenosha, you guys should all be keeping an eye out for tornadic activity. And once this makes it off over into the Lake Michigan, probably by around like 5 to 6 p.m., our tornado threat's gonna die off after that. It's gonna be a pretty short day, but we'll see what happens. Porting scanner duty if needed. Yeah, hopefully nothing happens. That we need scanners for. All right, latest scan is in with this storm right here near rolling ground. Still a decent little area of some circulation. Still not seeing a debris signature, thankfully, so we're not talking about a tornado yet, but definitely an area of rotation to continue to watch there. How does Chicago look? I think you guys are in a 2% tornado risk. Let me see if I can get our model up here. Yeah, you guys are in a slight risk for severe weather today as well. And yeah, it looks like this model is already wrong. Let me go. Let me refresh this, see if I can get the. I don't think this is the latest model run. We should be pretty close to that. Yeah, we're at the 15Z. So let's see. This one's catching on to a little bit further. Yeah, I mean, we already have a little bit more activity, I think. Let me just double check. Actually, this is pretty accurate. It's not too far off. I'm just look back at the radar. Not too far off to where we are right now. So like these storms could struggle down here, but if they do get rooted, we could see, you know, a solid line of storms all the way back over here. And there will be a little bit of wind shear down there. So can't completely rule out the chances of a tornado for Chicago. But according to the models, not much precipitation will make it to you guys. So big question marks on what's happening there. But if we actually do get cells develop down kind of near like the Davenport area earlier on, man, both of these radars are super old. They're like an hour behind. I think these radars are down. Oh, what the heck? Storm chaser Brad Arnold joins Weatherwise. Oh. All right. little bit of a storm chaser jump scare there. A latest scan on this storm, still an area of some pretty decent rotation there. I'm honestly surprised that this is not warned. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it's not very strong rotation, but for Wisconsin, they usually warn these storms. Evan, if they want to hire you, you triple your pay, if not more. What are you talking about? Am I back on Radar Omega? No. I switch back and forth between I use WeatherWise for Radar because it's more reliable, and Radar Omega for models because WeatherWise doesn't have models yet. Just wind, potentially for Chicago. It depends. It really depends on how these storms to the south develop. If they struggle like the models say and never mature, then yeah, it'll be maybe just some wind and maybe could get some rain, maybe some thunder. You know, if these storms fully mature, then we're going to be talking about maybe a little bit of a higher chance for severe weather down there near Chicago. Can y'all still hear the music? It should be quieter, but it should still be there. Oh, sorry. I just realized my overlay is all fricked up. Sorry. I haven't even been looking at OBS. There's not even a severe warning, so let me check that off. Sorry about that. Yeah, you should be able to hear it when I shut up. I don't want you to be able to hear it while I talked. And we also have another little circulation down here just to the south and east of Westport, and also a weaker one further up to the north as well. But I think our strongest rotation for now still continues to be this one near Soldiers Grove. You said somebody wanted to hire me for weather? No, I didn't say that. With MCVs, vorticity is very good to cause these to spin. Yeah, this is a little MCV mesoscale convective vortex. And, you know, it's creating its own little environment. We go over to come over to our mesoscale analysis. You can see that we do have some vorticity and 3 Cape overlapping where these storms are at the moment. Okay, it's taking a while. We have a decent surface-based Cape with these storms, about 1 to 2,000 joules per kilogram. Low-level lapse rates are around 7 to 6 with these storms. So decent environment for some tornadic activity, unfortunately, out here. Not the best. Again, we're probably not talking about a tornado outbreak, but I can definitely see some tornadoes, especially up here further up to the north, happen. Just really depends on what these storms decide to do. If they all cluster up here immediately, this tornado threat will go downhill pretty quickly. Or I guess uphill? Doesn't downhill mean worse? That saying always confuses me a little bit. Had a mesoscale discussion that just came out saying a new watch is likely. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay, so here's our new mesoscale discussion. Increasing thunderstorm coverage expected with some supercells likely. All severe hazards, including tornadoes, are possible. An 80% chance of a tornado watch here. Heck, we might even get a tornado warning before watch. Downhill moves faster than uphill. That's what I'm saying. Like, downhill's easier. You would think if everything going downhill means everything's getting easier. Like, if you're going uphill, like, that's hard. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I think there's a potential for strong tornadoes. I think there's a small potential. I don't think we could completely rule it out, but like, especially like as these storms, according to our latest HRRR model, let me see if that's still showing up. I think the one I was looking at was at 16Z. But it really just depends on how mature these storms can get further down to the south, because that's probably where our I think that's where our best kinematics are. Man, our latest HRRR just says no NATOs, or like very weak NATOs possible. Interesting. That's quite the downgrade. Before, literally our last run on 14Z. So that's kind of a break from the trend, our latest run. So that might be a little bit off. We'll see which one ends up being correct. But our one right before that one still had an elevated tornado potential with these storms that are over there near like Richmond Center, and then eventually coming into Madison with like you know, some decent chances for tornadoes over there near Madison, south of Janesville. Another little chance for a tornado over there, and then that's it. Really, after Janesville, the storms kind of fall apart, because this over here is not. It doesn't really have many storms nearby it, or it's a pretty linear line there. So it's gonna be a pretty brief tornadic day. We'll see if it actually ends up doing anything. But our latest HRRR is saying, hey, maybe nothing. We'll see. Hopefully, the latest HRRR is right. Tornado possible in Valparaiso today. Let me see. Valparaiso. Chile? Oh, Indiana? Probably not. No, I don't think so. More storms in Wisconsin. Can't catch a break. To be honest, you guys really haven't had that bad of storms in Wisconsin. Yeah, like 1 or 2 tornadoes, which is pretty low amount in terms of like tornadic activity. Like if you get a 5% tornado risk and you only get 1 tornado in your state, that's usually pretty good. I mean, that's an indication that you might have got a little lucky. Which direction is the storm moving? Let me put this in motion. Moving off to like the east northeast. This line is going to propagate off to the east. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. If you're just tuning in, we're monitoring this MCV, or this Mesoscale convective vortex, little shortwave trough kind of moving through the area. As you can see, we've got a lot of little beans in this area trying to do stuff. A lot of embedded supercells in there. Got an area of rotation over here near Soldiers Grove. Another one back down over here near Westport. Another one over here near Muscota that we are keeping an eye on. So far, no tornado warnings yet out of these storms, but we are keeping a close eye on the situation. We'll see what happens. The HRRR run like an hour ago said we're going to have some tornado potential as these storms come through Madison and Janesville. And the most recent one said no, nothing. So we'll see. Kind of a mixed thing. I mean, you know, crazy thing last night. The storm looked very interesting last night. Let me see if I can find the model run. Yeah. Last night, so this is what probably prompted the SPC to upgrade to a 5%. I mean, our significant tornado parameter spiked there south of Madison. But then as we went into this morning, you can see that kind of got a downgrade. And then in 12Z came in. Still some tornadoes possible, but still relatively a downgrade. 14Z came in. We got a little bit of an uptrend. And then 15Z came in, and then we got a major downgrade. So still seems to be a lot of question marks in what today could actually bring. So it's just one of those days where you got to pay attention, and if something happens, at least you're in the know. And if nothing happens, then at least you're in the know that you dodged a bullet. You're northeast of Mason City, and all it's doing is raining again. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it seems like a tornado watch, though, might get issued here shortly. We'll see. It has potential to underperform and overperform. Yeah, today has potential to just be like a question mark. That's the best way to summarize it. I do want to check out our tropical system really quick. And our center, our low circulation, our low level circulation is still like kind of in like the Florida, Georgia, Alabama border area. Still continuing its northwestern track there. How's our convection looking? A little bit of convection off the southern side of Florida. Still not much of a sign of a organized mid-level circulation. It would be really nice though to get like a Hurricane Hunter plane in there, just to be like, I mean, like I'm pretty sure some of our Hurricane Hunter planes are like, they live over here. Like that's where they park their planes when they're not flying them. So it wouldn't be much of a ask for them to just take a small flight and check it out. Let me see. Let me just double check just to make sure nothing's happened. Yeah, no flights. Boo. Be nice. Boomer bust. Yeah, could be a boomer bust type day. We'll see. I mean, according to the our mesoscale analysis, we're gonna have a brief moment where these storms up here could become tornadic, and then that tornadic threat should move down further to the south with these storms over here near Dodgeville and Mineral Point, as these ones further up to the north become more linear. So, and I got two opportunities here, but tornado warning can't be ruled out in the very short term. We're just in Wisconsin, drove through La Crosse and Madison on I-94 and I-39. Low visibility all the way on Friday. Interesting. Let me see where this camera that I have up is. I also am not sure if we're going to have any chasers today. Not sure. Really just depends on how the beginning portion of the stream goes. But I'm probably not going to throw like $50 an hour on a chaser. Less like Jacob's out there because he's $20 an hour, or if like Storm Owner Media is out there. Where is this? French Island. It's the island where they keep all the French people in Wisconsin. Let me see. French Island. Oh, that's way up north. This is like in like the very northern portion of the storm here. You can get a really good understanding of like what this thing is doing right now, which is rain. We've exclusive. Oh, the camera's shaking a little bit. Maybe a little bit of wind up there. Wow. John McKinney, yeah, he's a $50 an hour chaser. Not gonna waste all my money on that. I'm probably not even gonna make $50 this stream, so. If we get a storm chaser, we'll probably be losing money. It looks like our northern circulation is starting to die off here, which is great news. A little bit of a circulation still over here near Muskota, though. So keeping an eye on that. And then eventually we'll be watching these storms over here near Mineral Point. Let me see if I have a better radar for that storm. The velocities on this are way behind, unfortunately. This one, on this radar, you can also see a little bit of circulation there, trying to develop on this newly formed storm. There should be, I think, an audio ducking option. Potentially in OBS. No. What's the Cape like in front of these storms? As of right now, I think they're sitting, yeah, right around 1,000 to 3,000 joules per kilogram of instability. Wind shear, though, is a little bit on the weaker side right now. We got about 25 knots trying to pick up here on the southern end, and throughout the day that should increase, or maybe not. It's saying it won't. We might just be dealing with the bust. Who knows? This could very well just turn into a bust, it seems. Man, the SRH never really gets that elevated either. I'm not going to call it that yet. Obviously, we've got to watch this storm, as some model runs were saying that it could do something. But as of right now, our mesoscale, the only thing impressive or semi-impressive for tornadic activity on our mesoscale, view here is 3 cape overlapping some vorticity. It's not very high vorticity though. We'll see. Anything in Western Ohio? We are expecting some storms later on, I think. Not from this guy itself, but just kind of generally out in front of it. Yeah, there's actually some storms already. It should be already out over there in the Ohio region. Let's go check it out. Yeah, we got some storms over there near Tiffin, Findlay, and south of Fort Wayne. That has potential there for some severe weather, but we're not really talking about tornadoes or really anything like that. The only other area where I think tornadoes are possible are like back over here, where like near Denver and like Cheyenne and the Fort Collins area. If we get any strong storms develop quickly near some of these mountains, there's usually just the way that the air kind of flows through this area naturally increases spin. So got to keep an eye on that. Only some MCVs manage like 200 SRH. We had one not too long ago that got up to 400 SRH. Didn't really do anything because the storms thankfully stayed outflow dominant. I think that was one of the ones that was in like near the Wisconsin area. Maybe that was one of the Iowa ones. And then this one though is really not that impressive in terms of its SRH right now. So we'll see what happens. Maybe that will increase. Maybe it won't. I do not know. I'm not going to claim to know. We do still have some rotating supercells out there. Got one over here near Mifflin, still with some decent rotation, approaching Mineral Point. Probably not tornadic though right now. Not enough for that. And another area of some rotation near Muskota. Let me check that from this radar. Yeah, little area of some tight circulation there, just to the north and west of Orion. Not a tornado on the ground, but definitely a circulation to keep an eye on there. Well, to be fair, some models were indicating that we would actually have, some lower level shear or a decent amount, like 20 to 40 knots or like 35 knots of lower level shear. But it seems like since then our models have backed off of that solution. Did you turn on your weather radio just in case? Sure, why not? Always better to be safe than sorry. Can I see the 10-day prediction from Monday, by the way? Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Does today really support a 5%? Let me see what vorticity will do later. Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we're potentially could get like 203 cape overlapping some vorticity. Yeah, it's conditional. 3 cape vorticity days are usually pretty darn conditional. That's really the only thing that's going to be allowing for tornadoes today, because the SRH really isn't going to be that elevated. So, I mean, these storms have like 20 to 30 SRH right now, and it's just vorticity and cape, a little bit of it, and they're already spinning and trying to do stuff. I mean, that's still a decent pocket of rotation. It's pretty weak, but it is indicating that these storms are not giving up, even in a weak environment. So looks like that vorticity and 3 cape is enough, and it's actually only forecasted to increase throughout the day. So Yeah, that's really the only thing that's going to be keeping these storms going, in my opinion. Are models trending north? For what? Like just severe weather or what? Increasing cloud coverage in Chicago. Hopefully that'll screw the storms if there is any before reaching Chicago. Yeah. You know, I will say these storms are trying to get their act together. I will say. Let me see if I can see it on satellite if we got any cold cloud tops. Yeah, we do have some decent ones already trying to develop there. Let me check at the echo tops on this. See how tall our thunderstorms are. Oh, we haven't gotten a scan from the Chicago radar in a while. What about Davenport? This thing getting up to date? No. Yeah, these radars are screwing up quite a bit. Unfortunately, right now, the Davenport. Let me make sure that's not like a weather-wise thing really quick. Oh, wow. That's a weather-wise problem. Oh, geez. Or maybe it just came in and it hasn't come in yet on weather-wise. Because the velocities are here on Radar Omega. Let me do a refresh on weather-wise, see if that helps. Yikes. Let me send him a message. Yeah, I mean, it's only the velocities on weather-wise that are behind. The correlation coefficient is there. The reflectivity is there. Same thing with the Chicago radar. It's weird because up here, these other radars are doing fine. All right, check out these storms back over here. Yeah, near Linden, still seeing an area of some developing rotation. Now moving more towards Dodgeville. Look at that rotation further up to the north. Let's come back up to here. Yeah, still in progress here. A decent area of rotation. But again, still on the weaker side. You can kind of see over here near Dodgeville from this radar as well. No debris signature, but man, does that seem a little bit close to getting almost a tornado warning there. Especially for Wisconsin standards, they should have at least 3 tornado warnings ongoing right now. But it seems like Wisconsin might be getting a little bit better? Question mark? I like it. Yeah, unfortunately, this is like the only camera we have. Let me just double check to see if I have any storm chasers. Well, we got Pennsylvania storm trackers. In Pennsylvania. I guess we'll have them up. Ah, that's so loud. Put them here. Thankfully, we have a view of the storm potential in Pennsylvania. Hey, we still might see something. Maybe we'll still see a shelf cloud. Is Storm Runner Media going live today? That is the main question. That would be like my only chaser. What about Jacob McMillan? Will anybody save Evan today? Unfortunately not. We'll see. I'll keep my eyes looking for chasers to go live, but yeah, we don't have just unlimited pockets like some of these other channels. Unfortunately, we can't afford to have 40 storm chasers for each storm. But hey, we got a storm chaser in Pennsylvania. Illinois, yeah, Illinois is starting to get some storms firing up here over there near Morrison. Actually a little bit of broad circulation already on this storm, but nothing to be overly concerned about yet. These storms are still in the process of maturing there in western Illinois. That will eventually be going towards Sterling. Chazzy Borkin. I wonder if my food just got here. Order some groceries. All right. Fridge is fully stocked. Yeah, there is a rotating storm near Dodgeville, yeah. Right there's your area of rotation. No debris signature right now, so I don't think there's a tornado on the ground at this very moment. But I would be keeping an eye on this storm if you do live in Dodgeville. Looks like these our little arc of supercells are really starting to struggle further up to the north here. Not really seeing much rotation anymore with these guys. And it looks like this storm over here south of Richland Center is also starting to struggle a little bit. How hungry am I? I have like zero appetite. My stomach... my theory is my stomach stopped working like 5 days ago. Oh,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for Dodgeville. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. Not much has changed since our last scan, but there definitely is an area of rotation heading towards Dodgeville. So if you live in Dodgeville, make sure that you are in your safe spots out over there in Wisconsin. Oops. I put tornado warning in Dodgeville, Wisconsin. There we go. Yes, Dodgeville ain't dodging that tornado warning. I guess they are not. That is a good point. They will not be dodging this tornado warning. So if you live over there near Dodgeville, I'd be in your safe spots. Not seeing a tornadic debris signature right now, though, so I don't think it's on the ground as far as I can tell, but it does have a decent little circulation in there. Definitely worth taking it seriously. Your safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. Do I think it will head towards Madison? Yeah, it'll get pretty close to Madison. I don't know if it'll still be rotating by that point, but yeah. I would definitely be keeping an eye on it. Charlie Bordeaux is live in Wisconsin. I don't even know if I can use him. If you want to ask and see if it's okay if I use his stream. But I doubt it. Let me see something here. We'll check out Severe Studios. Yeah, Charlie Bordeaux is like on the northern storms anyways. I think we have a higher chance for tornadoes down here. Either we're getting a lot of a mess out in front of these storms, which might form a little bit of a capping inversion, but I mean, these storms were rotating earlier. What about Cedar Rapids for severe weather? I think you guys do have a chance. Yeah, over here near Cedar Rapids, a little marginal chance for severe weather, but nothing too crazy. How do you get access to traffic cameras? Well, you have to go to the state, to the Department of Transportation, sneak in the middle of the night, at around midnight, steal all of their computer information, hack the system, and then put it all on a floppy disk, and then put that code into your computer on the DOJ website. It's pretty hard, but you know, all the weather streamers have done it, so it can't be that hard. And say it wasn't you, of course, obviously. In fact, as far as I understand it, all weather streamers have decided that they will blame Connor Croft if we get caught. All right, latest scan on our storm. Still a decent little area of some circulation. They're still just to the west of Dodgeville. You can definitely tell that we got some rain wrapping around the circulation as well. You might have a little bit of a donut hole on this storm. So again, if you live in Dodgeville, I'd still be in your safe spot. Still a pretty decent area of circulation. No indication yet that that's on the ground at this moment, but we're keeping a close eye on it. Tornado warning is radar indicated. Area of rotation is really right back in here. Not seeing a definite debris signature yet. Tornado watch has been issued. Oh yeah, I see that. Okay. For over here, I'm just kidding. It's just weather-wise, slowly getting it. Okay, looks like we have an outage happening. That's why the radars are struggling on weather-wise. All right, so here's our tornado watch. Here from Wisconsin, over there near La Crosse, Stevens Point, Madison, Beloit, Kenosha, Milwaukee, West Bend, Sheboygan, and Appleton. A couple tornadoes possible. Isolated hail up to quarter size possible, and scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour is possible. So make sure you guys are watching out for tornadoes. That's a surprise. Yeah, I mean, they issue tornado watches whenever there's a little chance for tornadoes, so it's not overly surprising. All right, latest scan over here near Dodgeville. Still an area of rotation. No debris signature yet. Still can't tell if that's on the ground or not. But as far as my best guess is that it's not. But we are pretty far from the radar, so I will be transparent and say that's a guess.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I would just be in your safe spots to be safe. Better to be safe than sorry.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, I probably won't get an answer from him because he's probably pretty busy.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan to come through. Isn't it very late for tornadoes? What do you mean by that? Like in terms of time of day or just like late in the year? If you mean late in the year, yeah. I mean, but we still can get tornadoes in July. They're just not as prevalent. Yeah, still not seeing much rotations on these storms south of Morrison in Illinois. But they are still in the process of trying to get their act together. Had a little thunderstorm here in Nashville, the soothing kind. Nice. Glad. You're near Dodgeville. Yeah. Well, if you're near Dodgeville, you know, like near like Mineral Point and Linden, you're fine. If you live near like Governor Dodge State Park, I'd be in your safe spots. But if you live anywhere like outside of this tornado warning polygon, I wouldn't worry too much yet. Is the risk for tornadoes high? No, it's not one of those days. We might get a couple of brief spin ups. You're in Rockford. Should you be worried? I'd be paying attention. Yeah. I think you guys are in a 5% there. Yeah, you're in a 5% for tornadoes. Yeah, I'd pay attention. We got a couple of storms trying to develop out over here. If they can get mature, you know, there's really not much of an environment for these storms, but you can't rule out a brief tornado. There are velocity outages all around the US. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's what the weatherwise said, there's a major outage at the moment from the NWS where the L3 data is down. We managed to restore reflectivity and a number of other products via L2 data. We are currently use L3 velocity data, so that is down at the moment. We're doing everything we can to get velocities back online. And thank you, King and Regina, for subscribing. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's the report of what's going on with the radars right now. We have a little bit of a national crisis, radar crisis happening, and they're at unfortunately the wrong time. Also noticing maybe a strengthening inflow on this storm over here near Weota as well. It's about all I'm seeing though. Yeah. I think Radar Omega uses different data. Hey, thank you, LCDP for the $50. Thank you so much. That is a huge help out to the channel, especially since this month has been extremely slow. So that really goes above and beyond and helps me out. So thank you. The latest scan looks like our rotation is fizzling a little bit on the northern end of this storm, but there seems to be a new area of rotation potentially developing now south of Dodgeville. I still want Dodgeville to continue to be in their safe spots, and a little bit of rotation still existing with this storm south of Ithaca, Wisconsin. That's about all I'm seeing right now. A lot of rain and thunder coming up towards Sparta and Toma at the moment as well. Let me make sure we are current on Pennsylvania storm trackers. Yeah, Blondie, if you see any of our other storm chasers go live, let me know. I know Pagey Tornado, she's going to be down chasing the tropical system that hasn't developed. So she's not going to be up there. Don't know what Stormrunner Media is doing, but they might go live later today. Maybe Carmen? Let me see if Carmen goes live today. Carmen's not live. Nor does he have plans to. We got the Storm Quackers over there on the left side of the screen. They're in Pennsylvania. Radar in Madison. There's a radar in Madison? There's one like over here. Yeah. Let me see. Our closest radar is this radar right now near La Crosse, but they're both kind of equidistant from the storm. This one might have a little bit of side lobe contamination. That might be a little bit
A new tornado watch has been issued.
contaminated there. Stormwater Media was on Freddy's yesterday. Okay.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, I don't see Freddy having any indication that he's about to go live either. So maybe I'd be surprised if they didn't come up here, but maybe they just don't have any confidence that it's going to do anything, which does happen. Does happen. Storm chasers just look at an event and they just don't do it. Sometimes it's just not economically viable. I know Vince Welty lives right here, so Vince Welty's probably out there. I tried to call him this morning, but I'm convinced he just doesn't want to work with me. I tried to send him messages, call him. He's not responding, so I'm giving up on that. And thank you for subscribing, Craig. Thank you so much. Any word on what's coming towards Marshfield? Let me see. Looks like mainly some rain. We do have some storms that are kind of forming out in front that actually are developing a little bit of rotation. So I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning up here as well. There's actually a lot of little mini supercells developing circulation here. We got one there. We got one here near Finley. Another one here near City Point, near Marillion as well. The little circulation over there near Wilton. Yeah, I wouldn't underestimate these storms, and keep your eye on them. Green Bay, you're not going to be until later, I don't think. But yeah, you are in a tornado watch. You need to be watching out for tornadoes. Stormwater Media is going home today. Oh, well, there you go. No storm chasers today. I have you in my live stream on my weather channel talking hail. What? Like right now? Probably not. A little bit busy. And I have no idea who you are. My advice, before you ask someone to come on your show, try to get to know them a little bit. Man, look at this rotation over here north of Dodgeville. That's legitimate. This radar is saying something completely different, though. Yeah, still keeping an eye on that area. Let me see. This one's looking about 7,000 feet up. This one's also looking about 7,000 feet up. I think this radar is actually just like maybe a couple of miles closer. And that is in some rain. So I think that's legitimate rotation there. It just doesn't make sense that the other radar doesn't see it, but I would definitely keep an eye on this south of Bluegrass. And this is still radar indicated, and they'll probably extend this warning off to the north and east, if I had to guess, for like Bluegrass, Wyoming, Spring Green, Arena, and Ridgeway. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one is starting to strengthen a little bit. Still kind of broad, but it's interesting. Like, this is mainly just vorticity further up to the north here. But yeah, I mean, that is trying to spin up. We also got another area of rotation south of Wilton. Another one south of that, a weak one near Ontario. And then we've got these little supercells up here that are trying to develop some circulation that's pretty weak right now, but definitely a little interesting environment even further away from where our main threat is. I mean, he should be on YouTube.
This is key. This
in the heck? Charlie Bordeaux. Yeah, he's easy to find. Here's his link. Purdy's gonna be okay. Let me see. Prairie. Jeez Louise. That's just a hard thing to spell. There we go. I got it. I would certainly be weather aware the storm is coming pretty close to you. Man. Now, we still have these areas of some pretty decent rotation. Typically, when we get that much rotation, we have a tornado on the ground. So I am wondering if we do have just a little bit of contamination happening there, but I would still take this storm seriously.
has been issued.
Just in case that is a legitimate signal. If you live there near Ridgeway, Arena, Wyoming, potentially some strong rotation developing on this storm, heading up towards Pleasant Ridge and Hyde. So if you guys live in this area, please continue to be in your safe spots. When do I think it'll hit Metro Milwaukee? I don't think that's going to be until later. Let me see. I think it should be like around 5. Yeah, Milwaukee around 5 to 6 p.m.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh, wow. This is now an observed. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. This is now an observed. Which one is it? Not that one. There we go. An observed tornado warning. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground. Storm spotters confirmed a tornado on the north side of Dodgeville. So we now have a tornado on the ground heading up towards Ridgeway in Arena. If you guys live in Arena, north of Ridgeway, I would be in your safe spots. Again, we have a pretty decent area of rotation, and it looks like storm spotters have spotted this to be on the ground. So it does seem like this signal is actually legitimate here. So again, if you live in Arena, I would continue to be in your safe spots. We have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground south of Bluegrass, moving up to the north and east, again towards Arena. Wyoming needs to be in their safe spots as well, and just north of Barnville. No webcams? Yeah, no, we don't have any webcams over here. We do have some out of Madison. Let me just check in on that just to see. Maybe we can get a view from the storm from afar. Yeah, our closest one would be like back over here, which I think is going to be south of the storm once the storm comes close. But I mean, we have a camera somewhat close. Yeah, south of Pleasant Ridge. Looks like we may have a debris drop or debris signature also showing up on this radar over here, and also on this radar as well. So yeah, we officially have a debris signature on radar. Our tornado is located just east of Governor Dodge State Park, moving up to the north and east, going just south of Pleasant Ridge up in towards Hyde. If you guys live in Hyde, Wisconsin, I would certainly be in your safe spots. Waiting on that latest velocity scan to come in, but you know, that was probably where it was before. And yeah, it looks like we still have a decent velocity signature right there where our debris signature is. So this is definitely still on the ground here south of Pleasant Ridge. moving up towards Hyde, Wisconsin. So please continue to be in your safe spots. This is probably a decently strong, I wouldn't say like EF2 plus, kind of hard to tell, but it could be on the stronger side, just given some of the velocities we've seen. So again, if you live near Pleasant Ridge, back over here near Hyde as well, I'd be in your safe spots. You can see we got that rain wrapping around that circulation right into that tornado, and you can really tell this storm is wrapping up, heading towards Hyde. So please take this storm seriously. It is on the ground. It has been spotted by weather spotters. I want to check on these circulations further up to the north. Yeah, it's like this one's struggling a little bit there south of Millston, and then this one over here near Wilton might be strengthening a little bit. We have two little areas of rotation still associated with these storms a little bit further up to the north. Still got to keep an eye on those. I do want to come back down to the south and check back on these storms with radar Omega really quick. Yeah, not seeing any dangerous rotation on any storms yet in the Illinois area, but we'll still keep an eye on them, I promise, because they are trying to mature. Oh, yeah. Yeah, still a debris signature here south of Pleasant Ridge. This tornado is now in between Pleasant Ridge and Ridgeway. Still on the ground, moving up to the north and east. Again, this is still some pretty decent rotation on this storm, indicated by radar. So, haven't really seen much weakening yet. So please continue to respect the storm. This is unfortunate. I was hoping we'd avoid tornadoes, but with that vorticity in 3 Cape, I kind of knew that it was possible, thankfully. We are live right now. Yeah, let me see if I can find anything online of that. Okay, yeah, looks like a video of the tornado from afar. They say large tornado, but that's obviously an over-exaggeration. Just keep in mind, almost every single media post nowadays online over-exaggerates everything. But we definitely have a decent area of rotation on it, for sure. So if you live up there near Arena, please continue to be in your safe spots. Also over here near Hyde, and we still have a confirmed tornado. You can still see that debris signature on this radar, and still a pretty decently strong area of rotation. And yeah, you can see also on this radar still picking up debris as well. So Hyde, still be in your safe spots. This is still a tornado on the ground. Still looking for news on this. I might bring up a scanner. Let me bring up a scanner. See if we're getting any reports out of the area. Let me see. What county would this be?
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
So they're issuing a severe thunderstorm watch for northern Illinois. Y'all know what county this is?
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Iowa County. I'll listen in for a little bit.
A new severe thunderstorm
Weather
watch has been
spotters
issued.
confirmed tornado. At 12:30 p.m., storm spotters confirmed a tornado on the northeast side of Dodgeville. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter.
Yeah, latest scan is
Mobile homes will be damaged
still
or
indicating
destroyed.
maybe a
Damage
debris
to roofs,
signature here
windows,
south of
and
Pleasant.
vehicles will occur.
No.
Tree damage
Yeah,
is
you're right
likely.
there.
Locations impacted include
Still heading up
Barnhill,
towards Hyde.
Arena, Ridgeway, and Blue Mountain St.
A
Mark.
new tornado warning
Other
has been issued.
landmarks included are the following.
New tornado warning has been issued back over here south of New Glarus, where we have an area of rotation now moving off to the east, north on Monroe, moving towards Stearns. If you guys live near Stearns, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a tornado warning, not on the ground at this moment, but a tornado warning nonetheless. Moving off to the north and east towards Stearns. So please be in your safe spots there. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I can see on this radar, we still have a debris signature on this storm just to the east of Pleasant Ridge, Wisconsin, still moving up towards Hyde. Again, this is still a dangerous situation here with a tornado currently in progress moving towards Hyde, Wisconsin. So please be seeking shelter. I do want to come back up here to the north and check back in on these storms. Yeah, still some areas of rotation. We still have a couple spots back up here. None of them have really tightened, but still worth keeping an eye on this little pocket of storms over here near Toma. And then maybe these ones over here near Pittsville, if those can get organized. Yeah, and then back over here, still seeing a potential debris signature there. So now we have 2 tornado warnings in Wisconsin. And yeah, these storms are generally heading in the direction north of Madison. With this one's going to come pretty close to Madison, Stoughton, and Evansville here in southern Wisconsin. Thank you, Patty. I appreciate that. Storm near Lena and Freeport. Let me see. I don't think so. These might be a little bit removed from our... Yeah, and we got an outflow boundary moving in. We'll see. Maybe one of those storms tries to latch onto one of those boundaries, but usually, especially in July, they stay behind them. Not overly concerned about those storms. I'm more concerned about just storms that are directly close to this little center of circulation. If we put this in motion, you can see where our spin's coming from. It's coming from this little low pressure here, this little MCV. That's allowing for these storms to rotate and produce tornadoes at this moment. So, yeah. That's the main area. Mainly, like any one of these storms, like maybe over there north near Reedsburg, maybe near Hillsboro, maybe as far north as Toma. Oh, wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new tornado warning over here near Lime Ridge now. Sandusky, Loretto, Plain, Hill Point, and Lime Ridge all need to be in their safe spots. And if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado in progress here south of Spring Green. There's your area of some stronger rotation heading up towards Hyde. It's heading up towards Coon Rock and Arena. Further down to the south, we have this area of circulation right here, south and east of Argyle. That is moving up north of Stearns. And then further up to the north, we have yet another tornado warning for Lime Ridge. That's going to be for this area of rotation. Right now, our only tornado on the ground right now is this storm over here near Spring Green, but these other ones could eventually try to produce. So again, if you live over there near like Reedsburg, Baraboo, Madison, Evansville here in Wisconsin, these storms are coming either close to you or your way. So a lot of you guys need to be ready to go. Again, you're in a tornado watch. That tornado watch means you need to be watching out for tornadoes. So please be doing that at this moment. Again, that's going to be over there near Reedsburg, Baraboo in probably about 30 to 45 minutes. This one back over here, probably close to Prairie du Sac and Wanakee. probably within 30 to 45 minutes. And this one down over here is going to be close to New Glarus and Evansville within that time frame as well. So a lot of you guys need this time to pay attention. You know, today was going to be conditional, but it looks like conditionally a decent tornado day. There you go. Just north and west of Monroe. Starting to get even stronger rotation now develop on this storm as well, just south and east of Argyle, moving up to the north and east eventually towards Monticello. So make sure you guys are in your safe spots. Check the latest on this storm, see if we still got a tornado on the ground. As far as I can tell, yeah, maybe still a debris signature there heading towards Hyde. So that might still be on the ground there just to the west of Hyde. So again, if you live in Hyde, please continue to be hiding from this tornado or be in your safe spots. Again, that is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. And if you're just now tuning in, these tornado warnings, we have 3 of them right now. Also with a tornado watch out over here into southern Wisconsin. It's mainly going to be these corridor of storms. We might see these ones further down to the south try to do something, but we haven't really seen much rotation down there yet. But we're keeping an eye on them as they are maturing, and there's technically, you can make an argument for a tornadic environment up here in northern Illinois. Are we looking out in Marshfield? Let me check where Marshfield is. Marshfield. Still keeping an eye on your storms. Looks like these little prefrontal or pre-MCV-esque storms are kind of dying, fizzling with their rotation right now, but we still have a couple of areas of rotation over near Toma that are still trying to happen, but none of these have really been able to tighten up or really organized just yet up there. So we're still keeping an eye on that. What's the time frame for Sheboygan? Probably around 5 or 6 p.m. So you guys got probably about 4 hours before the storms get there.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh my gosh. This has now been upgraded to a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. So now we have a PDS tornado right now. If you live in Arena, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress right in there heading up towards Arena. Again, this is a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is in progress now in Wisconsin. So this has now just gotten even worse. Again, this is just south of Arena here in Wisconsin. Tornado is located right here in this area, just south of Coon Rock, moving up to the north and east towards Arena. Again, Arena needs to be in their safe spots. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress, moving up to the north and east, very close to Arena. So if you live in Arena, I'd be in your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, this is an extremely dangerous situation. You guys want to be seeking shelter immediately. Not good. This is probably one of those types of tornadoes that can cause a lot of damage. Also, noticing a little bit stronger rotation over here south and east of Keysville. Now moving up towards Loretto. It looks like this storm is organizing a little bit more there south of Lime Ridge. And then back over here, this storm is really starting to organize as well. We do have still quite the area of what appears to be inflow increasing into this storm. And then this back over here is our main circulation, still getting stronger and stronger by each scan. So this could be our next storm that could have some strong tornado potential here. Yeah, this is like mainly vorticity and 3 cape event here. Really don't have much SRH out there right now. Storm relative helicity is around like 25. It's a really weak environment there, but we do have a decent amount of vorticity overlapping our 3 cape right now, and that is what's allowing these storms to become tornadic. Looks like this tornado warning over here is still radar indicated there. But yeah, back up just to the south and east of Spring Green, we still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress south of Coon Rock. So please continue to be in your safe spots. How's everybody doing? Not great. This has gone from potentially dangerous to extremely dangerous really fast. So, yeah, not good. It's got a tornado watch for Kenosha. Yeah. Yeah, we have tornado watches really all the way across the board here for most of Wisconsin, like from like Green Bay down to Janesville and Kenosha, Madison, Oshkosh, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Manitowoc, or Manitowoc, Beaver Dam, Menomoney Falls. Yeah, I'm not seeing any debris signatures right now on any of these storms other than the one further up to the north. And actually, this debris signature might have fizzled. I'm not seeing a debris signature anymore with this storm either. They're south and west of Arena, but I'm still keeping a close eye. And thank you, Aaron, Corey, Lori, and Zach for subscribing. Thank you so much. How's the tropics? Tropics are still looking weak. Nothing new to report. Yeah, I mean, as far as our latest reports, this is still on the ground according to weather spotters. I'm not seeing a debris signature anymore. So this might have lifted, or it could be just on the ground and the radar's not capturing it. Regardless, though, if you live in Arena, I would still be in your safe spot. If this thing is not on the ground, it very likely could reproduce another tornado very quickly. But if it is still on the ground, obviously, that's a no-brainer. Still continue to be in your safe spots regardless. Yeah, I do not have a view of the storm, though. I don't have any storm chasers out here, unfortunately. Yeah, it seems like the only storm chasers like John McKinney, Charlie Bordeaux, they're all not close to this storm. Only hope would be like Storm Runner Media goes live. But they're not scheduled to, so I don't think so. We'll have to rely on webcams today. Yeah. Still looks like we have an area of rotation. Actually, our latest scan looks a little bit promising. Maybe this thing's going a little bit outflow dominant. So I'm not seeing a new debris signature, and it seems like our rotation got a lot weaker on our latest scan. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any new reports out of this storm, whether or not it's still on the ground. But I still think it's a storm to be very weather aware of, though, still, just given the fact that it has once already produced a strong tornado and could very well do so again. Back over here, still got a tornado warning on this storm near Lime Ridge. Looks like that rotation is not looking as interesting anymore. And then back over here near New Glorious, still not seeing any tornadic activity with that storm right now, but there is still a little hook right here in this area. Not a whole lot of rotation there. This back over there, that's inflow contamination. And so, yeah, I think that rotation is getting a little bit weaker on that storm as well. Come back over here, check in on some of these storms on Radar Mega, since, yeah, still not seeing any areas of strong rotation or really any rotation at all on these storms in Illinois. So they are still staying relatively calm. There is a little bit of rotation over there near Freeport with a little kind of mini supercell ongoing here. You can definitely tell that it is wrapping around something there near Freeport. And this is kind of in a similar environment, maybe the most southern extent of that little overlapping environment. Yeah, guys, please stop spamming other creators in my chat. It's super disrespectful. You will get banned. I'm not even gonna give you a warning because that should be an obvious. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still decent area of rotation south of Arena. Still not seeing a new debris signature, so I think our tornado has lifted, but it might be in the process there of recycling. Yeah, particularly dangerous situation still, but I do think the tornado has lifted as far as I can tell. Sent a video of the tornado. Okay, let me check that out. Oh yeah, I already shared that. Thank you. That was when it first produced.
There it is. A new PDS tornado warning has been issued. There it is.
Okay, this is as of 24 minutes ago. What the tornado looked like. It was wow. Yeah, look at that motion in there. That's impressive. Yeah, a lot of fast motion in there. That's probably why they threw a PDS on there, but that was 24 minutes ago. Still no new. Yeah, it seems like our latest update here is that it's still on the ground according to law enforcement at 12:55, which is pretty recent. So we're still getting reports that this is on the ground. But if you live in Arena, town of Roxbury, town of Springfield, Black Earth, let me see if I can get a visual on it. There is somebody that's like nearby it. Yeah, it's not on the ground right now, I don't think. Yeah, well, actually, never mind. I thought the chaser was nearby this storm, but they're not. So yeah, this could be on the ground. Law enforcement still says it's on the ground. They still say it's a large and extremely dangerous tornado. So please take this very seriously there in Arena. Just mixed messages coming from our radar in our, reports on the ground, but, trust the law enforcement. If you're there in Arena, Mazomani, Prairie du Sac, town of Roxbury, Black Earth, I would be still treating this very seriously. Again, this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground heading towards Arena. Bit of a bowl funnel. Yeah, I don't know. Let me check the storm up to the north. Yeah, still very weak rotation on this storm up to the north. Let me go check on those other storms that were well north of these. Yeah, still not seeing any of these storms consolidating that rotation. Back over to here. Yeah, still an area of rotation just to the south of New Glarus. Yeah, I still think that this northern portion of it is side lobe, and then this back over here is where our rotation would end up developing. So this one, I can tell you right now, definitely doesn't have a tornado on the ground. But if you live out in front of these storms, I would still be taking them seriously. Could definitely see those get a little dicey eventually. Back over here near Dixon and Amboy, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and near Princeton, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are heading your way. That's for damaging winds and hail. All right, looks like we just got this extended out towards Evansville. So if you live in Belleville, Evansville, south of Union and near Oak Hall, I would be in your safe spots on this storm now. Again, we've got a radar indicated, so still no, confirmations that this is on the ground yet. But I mean, we are starting to see some pretty similar velocity signatures that we saw with the last storm, but really not in the right place. Again, see these velocity signatures are, well, yeah. They are definitely in the inflow of the storm still, but what that does definitely mean is that we have some strengthening inflow, and that some rotation can develop back over here a little bit stronger pretty shortly. This storm is kind of in a decent environment to produce a tornado. You can see it's kind of all by itself there. All right, let's come back over to here and check in on this. Yeah, still an area of some pretty decent rotation now redeveloping back on this storm. Still not seeing a new debris signature, but again, our latest report from law enforcement is that this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving up towards Mazamani, heading up towards the town of Roxbury and Prairie du Sac and Sauk City. Again, this is the type of tornado, when they're this strong, that is going to definitely have some potential to knock over walls and take off your roof of your house. It's not going to be like one of those weak tornadoes that just kind of spins up, maybe throws around a little bit of lawn furniture, some small branches. It's just one of those types of tornadoes that can do considerable damage, which is why it is labeled as a particularly dangerous situation. And again, this is observed and on the ground. Yeah, I can't use Corey either. Again, we're just not a big channel. We don't have unlimited pockets. Storm chasers have gotten extremely expensive, making it nearly impossible for smaller channels like myself to afford them. So yeah, all of our storm chasers that we are friends with that give us, actually affordable prices, they're not streaming this event today. We have one chaser in Pennsylvania though. Yeah, unless you're rich like, Max Velocity or Ryan Hall, you just can't afford it. All right, latest scan over here. Still kind of seems like this is developing near where that where you would expect a circulation to develop. So I do think our rotation is actually starting to get its act together on this storm a little bit more near Monticello. And this is heading towards Exeter and south of New Glarus. New Glarus. Sirens going off in Janesville. Yeah, no tornado warning for Janesville yet. But you guys don't need to be in your safe spots in Janesville. And in fact, this storm is going to go most likely north and east of you. I think we do have cameras though. Thankfully we do have traffic cameras. So I think we're going to be able to get a view of this storm probably in the next view of either one of these storms. Let me see if we can get a view on that northern one. Okay, here's our Madison cameras. Yeah, there's Sauk City, Prairie du Sac. Yeah, our closest camera to this. Yeah, I mean, if this makes it over to 3990, we should eventually get a view of it, at least as it crosses the road. And if it takes the right trajectory, we'll have this camera set up. This is technically in its path. We have a lot of traffic cameras coming up on these storms. So if any of these things have a tornado on the ground as it goes over the camera, we can get very, very close to the tornadoes. So these will be our only resource, at least on this channel, in which we will actually be able to see something. But, you know, hopefully you're not one of those people that require visual stimuli to get into your safe spots. And if you do, we'll try our best. But again, you know, storm chasing prices, talk about inflation. My goodness. Storm chasing prices have inflated an incredible amount. All right, latest over here near Castle, just to the east of Arena, still have a pretty dangerous rotation on this storm. No debris signature here south of Castle, as far as I could tell, but again, still observed from law enforcement. So this might be over a field, but it looks like our rotation has gone south of Arena and is heading very, very close to Prairie du Sac and Sauk City. So again, if you live in Prairie du Sac, Sauk City, you need to be in your safe spots. This is, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress, and it's heading right towards you guys. So you want to be in your lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Bill Nye, the camera guy. I don't know. We usually can't use most of his cameras. Every now and then he shows up with a camera we can use, but yeah, there's no cameras on any of my maps like near where these storms are right now. If only we had a storm chaser. They're on the bottom tornado zone. Not right now, not yet. And as far as I can tell, I've been watching a chaser that's in the area. Nothing. Looks like this storm is going a little bit outflow dominant. There's definitely still a little area of circulation in it, though. I can see it rotating. So yeah, no tornado down as far as I can tell yet with this storm, but it definitely still has an area, decent area of rotation there just to the north of Monticello. But it does seem like that rotation is dying a little bit. You can see our storms are getting a lot more clustered in this area. So I would imagine our tornado risk goes down a little bit as these storms cluster up. So that's kind of what we're watching for. And this one is still kind of in its own little zone here. There's really no storms like kind of interfering with it at the moment. That will probably change eventually, but for now, this storm is going to be free and clear to unfortunately produce tornadoes. So I would definitely treat this storm with a lot of respect if you live out over here. Definitely not a storm to second guess. I'm not going to tell you what chasers are in the area. That's up for you to find out. If that's all you care about, you probably even shouldn't be over here watching my channel, to be honest. I'm not a storm chaser DJ. I just watch the radar and tell you what's happening. If you want to know what's actually happening in a storm, like in terms of velocities or whether or not it has like a tornado or not, you know, because you're actually in the path of these storms, you should probably stay here. If I'm being honest. It's very easy to get, what's the word? Kind of lost. Even like when like there's a storm chaser right next to a storm, like it's not in a map view. It's easy to get disoriented and not really know where the NATO is at until maybe it gets closer to your area, which usually isn't enough time. So I wouldn't really get caught up in that if you're actually in the path of these storms. The latest scan on this storm over here in between Castle and Mazomani. Still a decent area, but some pretty strong rotation heading up towards Prairie du Sac and Sauk City. Only bad thing about bad weather and tornadoes is you don't have a basement. Well, the good news is as long as you're in the innermost interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside. So like if you imagine a house, right? Like say we're like looking down at a house, you know, you got like the front door here. So you got like a room here. like a room here, a hallway that kind of comes, you know, to the front door, back over here, and then say you got like a room like right in the center of the house. Like you can see, you're gonna have the most walls in between you and the outside if you're in this room here. That's your most central room. So you get there, and as long as you're on the lowest floor, you actually have a pretty high chance of surviving a tornado, even if it hits you directly. It's not game over, I promise. So even without a basement, you still have pretty high chances of surviving the average tornado. You know, once you get into those higher categories, even still, I mean, I've seen EF4 damage, or not EF4, EF3 damage, where the center of the house still stays intact. So you definitely want to be there, you know, have that plan in place. You know, without a basement, you're not completely screwed. Obviously, a basement's better. But, you know, I wouldn't lose all hope if you don't have one. All right, latest scan here. Yeah, still pretty decent rotation, and maybe a debris signature starting to pop back up here on radar. Still a pretty strong area of rotation in between Cassell and Mazumane. Still heading up towards Y and Sauk City. Prairie du Sac still needs to be in their safe spots. I think they're going to allow this tornado warning up to the north to expire. And this storm further down to the south is definitely becoming outflow dominant, but there still appears to be a wall cloud on this storm. So I still wouldn't let your guard down. There still is a little area of rotation there heading towards Evansville. How's the storm south of Madison looking? Yeah, we just went over that. We're in an A-frame, and thankfully you have a basement. How's the storm in Illinois? Yeah, let's check on Illinois again. I do want to check on the rotation. Yeah, rotations are looking good, but still a damaging wind threat right now, heading into Amboy with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So actually, honestly, pretty weak storms. You know, might knock out some power for some folks, but you know, as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you'll be perfectly fine. The reason that they issue these severe thunderstorm warnings is so you're not outside. So as long as you're indoors or even in a car, you'll be fine. And there still is a decent amount of motion on this storm south of New Glarus. This program right here is WeatherWise, and this one over here is Radar Omega. Both have their strengths and weaknesses. And we still have an observed large and extremely dangerous tornado with this area of circulation heading towards Prairie du Sac and Sauk City. I wouldn't say weakening storms, but not strong storms. I mean, again, this storm is not gonna, you know, you can get wind storms that can get up to 90 miles per hour and can actually like destroy a roof of a house. This is the kind of wind that might knock out some power, maybe will knock over some weak, diseased trees. So you definitely want to be indoors. But yeah, as long as you're indoors, you will survive it. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's going to get loud, obviously, but you know, the 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning is really nothing to write home about. So as long as you're indoors. Now, if you're outside, it's gonna be crazy. Kenny, I would love to agree with you, but again, this thing hasn't had a debris signature for a good couple of scans, like really since south of Arena, but we keep on getting these confirmations from law enforcement that this thing is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. So until we stop getting those reports in, I'm just not gonna really take the radar, you know, this debris signature as seriously. I have a feeling we might be going over a field or something, maybe not hitting many houses. Well, there's a decent amount of buildings there. I don't know. I don't know why there's a disconnect between the radar and what people are reporting on the ground. So it's always, for me, I usually always just trust the on the ground reports. You can see it in Sauk City. I don't know why you were looking for it. Please don't be an idiot. Get in your dang safe spot. What are you doing, Ashley? What are you doing? Get in your dang safe spot. This thing is literally miles from you. Don't be looking for the dang tornado. It's not gonna. You're not safer if you can see it. In fact, you're. Oh, you got cameras. Okay, all right. Then I apologize. I apologize. But I gotta cut straight for the. I gotta go straight for the throat whenever I see that in chat. So hopefully you understand. I will not be nice to you if you tell me you're not in your safe spots, especially when we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. I will make you feel like an idiot. And I will have everybody in chat get mad at you. You deserve it. But if you're looking at your camera, then you're fine. All right, so we just got an update again. Okay, still on the ground. Not a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, but still on the ground here in Prairie du Sac and Sauk City. That's the latest update there. Still in progress, but the PDS tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but it's still on the ground. Yeah, latest velocity scans, still a decent little area of rotation, still not seeing a debris signature, but law enforcement is still reporting this on the ground. So if you live in Sauk City and Prairie du Sac, please be in your safe spots. Again, a tornado, even a weak one, can cause some damage. As long as you're in your safe spots, which is the innermost interior portion of your house, many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that's underground, you will most likely survive a weaker tornado. The heck? Where's this camera located? It just turned. Oh, that's looking at the storm near Prairie du Sac. Looking in that direction, they changed it. Looking southwest. You kind of see something back in there. Look at that. I don't think that's that circulation. I think it should be further back. Yeah, this thing comes towards the camera. We will see it. As this is looking right at it. Here in Madison, are you safe? Yeah. You got a tornado warning to your north and one to your south, but for Madison, it's just rain. How's it going? We just had a large and extremely dangerous tornado in Wisconsin. Got very active very quickly, but the activity is also seems to be calming down pretty quickly. We'll see if there's any new uptick in tornadic activity after this, but we got a camera right now. We're looking back at our observed tornado warning, trying to see if we can see anything pop out of that rain back in there. We'll come back over to radar in just a second, but this is looking right at the storm and is in the path of the storm as well, near Pionet. So we're trying to see what this thing is going to look like as it comes closer. If you live in Prairie du Sac and Sauk City, please be in your safe spot. That tornado is coming right at you. I will say, though, our rotation is getting weaker and more broad, but again, law enforcement is still reporting this on the ground. So, the best of our ability to know, I would still treat it like it's on the ground. Yeah, it's going to go well south of Baraboo. You'll be okay in Baraboo. This one to the south is falling apart. Absolutely falling apart. Storm interactions are killing it. You know, these storms back over here south of La Crosse are starting to mature. Our vorticity is going to be maxed out over in these storms near Boscobel, Fenimore and Lancaster, these can mature and tap into some instability. These could also be a tornado threat back over here as well. Definitely worth keeping an eye on those just in case. They shouldn't be an issue, but I do want to get, we also have a storm chaser now live in Colorado. Could be a small tornado chance over there, so I want to get them up. All right, little update on this tornado warning. Yeah, they're still keeping it going. Expires in 26 minutes. And that is still for Evansville, but I'm not seeing any areas of stronger rotation right now. We do still have some supercells, though. So I wouldn't say the tornado threat is 0 yet. I would still keep an eye on those storms. Let me come over to here and get another Wisconsin camera. Set up over, let's see. There's Janesville, like north of Janesville, maybe like right here. Can actually get like a sky view at all. Doesn't seem like we can actually get a sky view. We'll at least get a camera set up to intercept it as it comes through. I preferably one that has a little bit better service than that one. There we go. Looks like it's starting to get windy over there just north of Janesville. No, not Broncos. This is Auburn. My brother went to Auburn, so I got a lot of Auburn merch. Yeah, latest scan, still not seeing a new debris signature, and still weaker circulation. Certainly weaker circulation than we've seen before. Yeah, still no new updates from the law enforcement in the area. But again, I'd still be treating this like a tornado on the ground until we get an absolute confirmation. Again, we haven't seen a tornado on the ground on radar for a while now. So it's possible. It is technically theoretically possible that this thing had lifted south of Arena, but the law enforcement in this area have been continuously reporting that this thing is still on the ground. 2 updates ago, they were still saying it was a large tornado on the ground. Now they're saying it's still a tornado, but it's not large. So I would still treat it like it's on the ground until we get that update from the law enforcement that this storm has lifted. You want to check in on these storms just to make sure we're not getting any other shenanigans. Any other in any other unexpected areas? Yeah, we're looking pretty good. Little area of rotation actually over here near City Point. This little tiny supercell near Babcock, Wisconsin. Still keeping an eye on some of those weak supercells further up to the north. Honestly, this is acting so similar to like a tropical storm. It's so interesting on the northeastern quadrant of most tropical storms, even though you don't see like a crazy amount of shear or anything. The vorticity alone can cause like tornadoes in the northeastern quadrant. And it is pretty interesting how similar, MCVs are to tropical systems. Come back over here. Looks like our damaging winds are coming through Amboy right now. I do want to check in on our velocities. Yeah, still looking good in terms of rotation. Not seeing anything sticking out on these in terms of a tornado threat. But if you live near Lamoille, Sublet, Lee Center, and Depew, you guys need to still continue to be indoors and away from windows. We got a visitor. If you guys are feeling a little bit of fear out there and you want just a tiny bit of relief from that fear, Chaz is here to say hello. No. Little cutie pie. Hi, Jazzy. Yes, we have an observed dog NATO. All right. Enough of that. All right, latest scan. Looks like our rotation's actually picking back up again. And is that a debris signature? That appears to be potentially a debris signature. Popping back up. They're just south of Sauk City. Again, if you live in Sauk City, please be in your safe spots. It looks like that rotation might be picking back up. Let's come back over to our, this is our Wisconsin camera. Still looking generally in the right direction towards our circulation. Still don't have a great view on the storm just yet, but you can kind of see something back over there behind that hill. Near Roxbury. Oh yeah. Okay. So it looks like we are getting more scanner activity saying that it is on the ground near Roxbury. So that little debris signature is aligning with our reports from policemen in the area, law enforcement in the area. Yeah, still seems to be something happening here. Definitely a debris signature. So yeah, either a new tornado has dropped here, or this is just the tornado that we have been getting reports from law enforcement in the area. Now starting to show up a little bit better on radar. About to head very close to Sauk City. Like basically, yeah, it's gonna go like right in this direction. So again, very close approach to Paris-Drusac and Sauk City. Could occlude up to the north into the area. That is still a possibility. So please continue to be in your safe spot. Still a dangerous situation for you guys over there. Further down to the south, these areas of rotation are still extremely weak. But I'm still keeping an eye on them. Oh, looks like our camera might have gone down. See if I can fix that. Please don't die on us. No way. That is wild. Wow, all these cameras went down. Wait, maybe this one's coming back up? Why? Yeah, okay. They all went down. All the cameras in the path of this tornado went down. Yeah, still new update here from the National Weather Service. Weather spotters are still confirming a tornado, and we can back that up with radar here just south of Sauk City. So again, just continue to be in your safe spots. And thank you, Judy, for being a member for 22 months. Thank you so much. Will Portage be okay?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It does seem like this could go just to your south, but it's going to be pretty close there to Portage. It's got a tornado warning issued further to the east, and you're not in that, so you don't need to be in your safe spots yet, but I would be keeping a close eye on this storm, as it has still some potential here for tornadic activity. I will say it is getting a little bit cluttered over here with our storms nearby, so this storm might not have much longer to try to produce. But I would still be pretty darn weather aware as this thing comes to you until we can see that rotation really start to die off. But as far as we could tell, this thing is still on the ground right here, now just south of Sauk City. I mean, that's about as close as you can get to Sauk City on radar. So I would, like, it's near Ganser Motel, Snuffy's family campground. Oh no. I hope it missed that area. That's not good. Or hopefully it lifted before then. I mean, latest scan, not really showing much rotation there, but definitely still a debris signature. So if you live in Lake Wisconsin, Lodi, I would be in your safe spots as this approaches. Gotta keep checking these cameras to see if they come back online. There just doesn't make any sense why they would go down. Yeah, there we go. Back online. We got a view of something on the right side of the screen there. And after this road, Highway 12 or Road 12 or Route 12, near Prairie du Sac, the next one is where this camera is located. Wind starting to pick up rapidly in Chicago. Okay. Campers and mobile homes, yeah. Yeah, not good if that's truly on the ground there. They're either getting a really close approach or that went right over them. Snuffy's campground is permanently closed according to the maps. Okay, thank you for letting us know. That looks interesting. I don't think that's the storm. I think that is one of the storms that is out in front of the storm. I think that's this storm right here. Our camera's like right over here near Poinet. And I think we're looking at this storm. Which does have a little area of rotation trying to develop. And that's what that little area is there. That's that little mesocyclone on the storm that is passing in front of our current storm. According to Cameron Nixon, though, whenever you have an orientation of storms like this, where you have a storm in the forward flank of the storm that you're, concerned about, what tends to happen is these storms start to produce a lot of cold air down in this area. Their rear flank downdrafts produce cold air, and that starts to sometimes get sucked in by this storm. And storms don't really like that cold air. So we might see this thing weaken substantially. And in fact, we are, according to radar, are seeing barely any rotation on this storm. Maybe still something there, though, near Sauk City. So I'm wondering if we're getting the full picture there. But and also, yeah. So that's kind of the latest there. Law enforcement was reporting that was on the ground. We do have a camera right here that is directly in the path of the tornado. So hopefully we'll be able to get eyes on that circulation here shortly and be able to tell you for sure. All right, let's come back over here towards Evansville. Yeah, over here near Evansville, still not really seeing any strong rotation. See if they haven't canceled this yet, but it's probably, unless we start to see some new rotation down there, they'll probably expire that. Little update with our severe storms down here. Just want to make sure not dealing with any new rotations. Little broad circulation developing now north and east of Princeton. And a little broad circulation over there near Rochelle starting to develop. Nothing super strong yet, or nothing concerning yet, but if you live in Rochelle, 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming your way, and we are keeping an eye on this storm. It does seem like Chicago has a pretty good chance of getting some severe weather there, and still a little bit of a tornado chance as well. Do you want to check back with these storms near Dodgeville, see what they're doing? Yeah, no dangerous rotation. A little bit of rotation is developing on these, though. So could that be the beginning of a secondary tornado threat? Not quite sure. If those storms never mature, then it's not going to be too much of an issue. Really just depends. Check DMs. Yeah, we know it was on the ground in Sauk City. We know that first, or for a fact, by radar and people reporting it. But we're not sure if it's still on the ground. There does still seem to be some debris As far as I can tell, in a little bit of a rotation signature, so it very well could be. Just waiting for a new report to come in, either on the scanners or via the law enforcement in the area. I would still treat it like it's on the ground, though, heading towards Lake Wisconsin. Let's come check back over with our traffic camera. It looks like we're starting to get some heavier rain. And this is looking right back at that tornado warned storm. Probably about 10 miles or so from it. As of right now, just rain for Madison. If there is going to be a tornado threat for Madison, it would be with these storms here. With this little cluster. If those can mature and start to become tornadic, that would be another tornado threat for the Madison area. So I wouldn't say it's completely done, just depending on what these storms do. According to our models, these storms don't do anything. But, you know, they can be wrong, so. Okay, looks like law enforcement in the area is saying they think it's lifted, but it might be rain wrapped. Okay. Thank you, Dan. There a tornado in Wisconsin? Maybe. The going thoughts on this one is that it might have lifted near after Sauk City. Yeah, this is what the tornado looked like in the Sauk City area. Barnveld. Where's Barnveld? Oh, over here. There's a chaser out here, might be able to use their feed. I'm trying to get more information on it. His name is Wakefield Outdoors Live. Apparently he's near Barnveld. I don't know exactly where. He's got a view on the of a storm right now. I'm imagining he's looking back at these storms, or maybe he's behind these storms. Not exactly sure. But I'm trying to see if I can use their feed. See if he answers. Someone, Blondie, can you watch this storm chaser and tell me if he answers? All right, latest scan on this storm, basically zero rotation now with this. It would surprise me if this is on the ground, but we've seen crazier things before, so I'd still treat it as such there in Lake Wisconsin, in Lodi. Check back over here with this storm near Evansville. Yeah, these storms have completely lost all their rotation. Maybe a couple of areas of rotation developing north and east of Rockford. Got to keep an eye on those. And still keeping an eye on these little broad, weak areas of circulation. But for now, the storms in Illinois still remain non-tornadic. You're on Lake Wisconsin. Yeah, I would be in your safe spots. As far as I could tell, it does not appear on radar that this is on the ground, but we've had some report are some. We definitely had a tornado in Sauk City, but the law enforcement thinks it's lifted, but we're still monitoring it. We have a camera view just north and east of Lake City, or Lake Wisconsin. Sorry. And there's a funnel on that storm, I think. On that dude's stream, Wakefield Outdoors. No answer. I don't know what storm he's on, though. Oh my gosh, he captured that tornado earlier. Geez, this guy caught that tornado like its entire life cycle. I think he's near the one. Yeah, he's near the one that's yeah, that I recognize what it looks like. He's on actually he's actually on this storm near Prairie du Sac. He's caught pretty much every single tornado that this thing has produced. Crazy. Dude seems like he knows what he's doing. Wakefield Outdoors live. He said no. All right. Well, at least he answered. He's killing it. If you live in Wisconsin, I would definitely give Wakefield Outdoors a subscribe. All right. Latest scan on this storm. Still, you know, a very weak area of circulation. I'm pretty sure there was just a funnel on it, though. So it's still got a decent little area of rotation underneath it right now. All right. I think we might be getting a little bit of broad rotation near Leeds, Wisconsin now, but not very strong. Yeah, I can tell you for sure that this does not have a tornado on the ground now, because I just saw the storm with my own eyes. So it's not on the ground, but we're still keeping a close eye on it, and we are starting to see a little bit more maturity out of some of these storms near Mineral Point. Keeping an eye on those. This storm's over there near Evansville, still super weak. This is going to expire in 3 minutes. And I don't think they're going to reissue it unless something happens here in the short term. He thought I was how? I asked him in the maybe he thought I like worked for him. I don't know. Yeah, the title says tornado on the ground because we're keeping it with the actual warning itself. I only change the title when the warning itself changes, just so at least in those aspects there's no miscommunication. But as far as I could tell, I just looked at it. I mean, it had a funnel at one point, but then it dissipated. So I don't think we have a tornado on the ground anymore. If you're curious. You think if you put your clothes outside on the line, they'll get washed? Yeah, I do. Make sure you put some sort of detergent on it, though. I think put your car outside too. Just wash everything. You got a pet? Maybe your house is starting to smell like wet dog. Put your couch outside. Great opportunity to get stuff washed. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Checking these storms again. Yeah, still no dangerous rotation. Maybe a little bit of something trying to develop here near Le Center in Illinois. Another little area of some weak rotation. So these storms have been doing for the most part is just producing little weak areas of rotation, and they kind of die off. How is Sherwood? Sherwood's good for now. You guys got a little outflow boundary kind of pushing to your south. Once that pushes to your south, your tornado threat should be relatively low. And I'm not really, we've seen a couple areas of rotation on our northern storms, but nothing that has been able to consolidate into anything dangerous. Yeah, still not seeing anything there with that storm. And yeah, nothing here with this storm either. Yeah, these storms have thankfully lost a lot of their tornadic potential. Again, when you get a lot of clustering like this, especially in the forward flank of the storm, that usually shuts it down. And that's exactly what we see with this storm. So thankfully, at least for the time being, our tornado threat has gotten significantly lower in the short term. And now we're kind of in wait and see mode to see if these storms are going to try to get their act back together or if that's it. So we'll probably be live for an hour at the very least. And then, you know, if something else happens, we'll be live longer. There's a blanket of heavy clouds approaching southern Massachusetts. Will we be in danger? I don't think so. Yeah. Check your outlook for today. Nah. And nobody's in danger in Massachusetts. Let me just make sure all these chasers are up to date here. PA Storm Quackers. Still out there in Pennsylvania. And then we've got Patrick from Beyond Weather. Still out there in Colorado. Or actually, he's in Wyoming. It's looking beautiful out there. Nice blue skies, a little bit of wind, rolling fields. All right. They dropped this yet? Okay, they did drop our severe thunderstorm, our tornado warning to the south. But they still got this one up. I'm surprised they still have observed on it. Danger for the Oshkosh area? Maybe. You know, the thing is in this kind of environment, if you get any sort of outflow dominancy with any of these storms, that's it for the tornado threat. It's July. These storms are going to have a tendency to stay outflow dominant as soon as they start, unless you have like a lot of venting, which typically doesn't happen in July unless you have stronger flow aloft. Right now, we don't really have that strong a flow aloft. So really, you know, there is definitely a chance that you just don't see anything other than just some rain and thunderstorms there in Oshkosh. But I would still be weather aware just in case. I would stay tuned for at least another 30, 40 or 30 minutes to an hour, just so, you know, we have enough time to kind of diagnose where this is going to go from here. But again, today was supposed to be a very brief tornado threat if it did develop, and it did develop. And as you can see, it's almost already quickly fallen apart. But still worth keeping an eye on. Still want to watch these storms, as these storms are in a pretty good spot to produce brief tornadoes as well, south of Dodgeville. Yeah, we've had a couple of tornadoes from like near Dodgeville all the way up through Arena, and then it might have lifted briefly and then dropped another one there near Sauk City. And then that one lifted pretty quickly. And then as of right now, no more tornadoes on the ground, just waiting for them to either allow this to expire here or at least change the wording from observed to radar indicated. Give that guy a sub. He's brand new. No way. Is he brand new in terms of YouTube, or is he brand new in terms of... Oh, and there goes that tornado warning. There we go. We have no more tornado warnings. There we go. Let me change my title. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. As of right now, now that all of our tornado warnings have expired, our strongest storms now are in Chicago with some 60 mile per hour winds heading towards DeKalb. They did allow the southern severe thunderstorm warning to expire, believe it or not. But let me go use the restroom real quick. Give me one. You subbed to Wakefield? Yeah, I think that's a good sub to have. I mean, if you look back on his stream, like if you want to see like what the PDS tornado warning was doing, I would say like the best. This person, I don't know of many other chasers that saw this. Go to his stream and just go back in his stream. It basically starts like right at the beginning of his stream all the way until probably about 30 minutes ago. He caught it for its pretty much its entire life cycle. He chased it about as perfectly as you could. Yeah, not seeing any areas of dangerous rotation right now. No severe thunderstorm warnings in Wisconsin either. Let's check back up to the north, see if there's any shenanigans happening up here. Nope. It looks like we're in a wait and see. Kind of how this is going to work here. Kind of how this is going to work here is, you know, these storms may struggle. We do still have some more isolated storms, but it looks like they've all, for the most part, kind of gone outflow dominant here. These storms back over here still look kind of interesting. South of Dodgeville, near Darlington, and also near Monroe. We want to check the rotation further down to the south again. A little something there near Peru. You have a couple of broader circulations down there still. It looks like they just actually reissued a severe thunderstorm warning out over here for Earlville, Leland, Utica, Oglesby, and Ottawa. You're in a tornado watch until 6 p.m. near New London. Yeah. Yeah, the latest models, even if we use the one that was pretty much right. So let's come back to here. The model run, you know, we were talking about it earlier, how we've been getting a lot of changes in our model runs, and how, you know, even if you get like a brief downgrade on one model, doesn't necessarily mean everything, right? The model run, I think, that nailed this almost perfectly didn't even happen today, though. This is yesterday's significant tornado parameter, and this almost nailed it perfectly. maybe a little bit too far to the south, a little bit too far to the east. But it did give that indication that a strong tornado would be possible today. But ever since this model run, we have not seen that signal. And this was yesterday. So if this continues to be somewhat right, you know, we should be starting to lose our tornadic potential from here on out. Maybe could see a storm like north of Rockford try to develop into something. So that'd be like these guys. Might be the next storms to keep an eye on if our models are correct. There is a little bit of rotation down there, so maybe something to keep an eye on. But according to our models, these storms never really should be much, but they are maturing quite a bit. And they're in a kind of an area where our low pressure system is here. There's going to be a lot of vorticity along this area and, you know, a decent amount of 3 Cape as well. So if these can tap into that environment, they could become tornado producers just like these guys did. So the only thing that would keep these guys at bay is the cooler and stable air left behind by these storms, which as long as there's no sunlight behind us, like any parting of the clouds. I mean, there is a little bit. So that might end up doing something. That's probably why these are trying to mature. Definitely worth keeping an eye on those. Just west of Madison. I think we, yeah. Let's, you know, for what it's worth, what we can do is come over here and look at the dead storm. The storm that has died is just south of Portage. Like this camera here. Oh, this one has a look on it. And you can see it just off in the distance on the right there. Doesn't look like much, because it isn't much anymore, but that's the storm there that was producing that tornado for about an hour, almost an hour, or at least a couple tornadoes. So yeah. About the weather for Greensboro? You got some thunderstorms nearby, nothing too crazy. I do want to check back in on our tropical system. Man, you can definitely see that where our low pressure system still is. It's still over land at the moment, and not really seeing much happening in terms of a mid-level or like a new lower level circulation getting reorganized. Check back in here. Ooh, little area of rotation developing north and east of the town of Bristol. I'll have to keep an eye on that. You can see it's starting to develop a little bit of a supercellular shape here as well. Can we get a view on this storm at all is the question. Let me see what we got for cameras. Shoot. Nothing. Oh. Not a single camera. Well, if that one does anything, we will definitely not have a ground view on that. Let's come back further to the south. There is a storm kind of near these cameras we might be able to look at. And this is inside of this storm south of Cottage Grove. What it looks like, some heavy rain and some wind there. That's this storm over here near Sutton. Not really much rotation on it though. And also let me make sure my storm chasers are current. They do get behind at some points. Want to make sure we're staying up to date on all activities going on in Pennsylvania and Wyoming. There we go. Need to worry about tornadoes in Chicagoland. I wouldn't say it's a 0% chance. But I definitely wouldn't say it's elevated. So far, not really seeing much of a signal that is concerning me at the moment. It's kind of an outflow dominated line of wind right now, but I would say it's worth keeping an eye on for sure, just in case. I mean, the tornado environment isn't going to be zero, but according to our latest models and our mesoscale analysis, the chances are quite low. So I'll say like your highest chance for anything is going to be maybe some damaging winds. Our SRH is actually increasing where these storms are. It's around 100 now, where these storms are located. Still, thankfully though, no areas of rotation developing. And this little area of rotation still exists here, north and east of East Bristol. It's getting a little bit more organized. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning in the short term over there for Fall River and Columbus. Yorkville? No, like... Let me search it. Yeah, it's like right here. Yeah, you get a line of severe storms coming your way. You're like right in here. Anywhere from 60 to 65 mile per hour winds are going to be possible coming through you guys. So I would definitely be, weather aware. Have I hydrated? Yeah, I keep drinking some Gatorade every now and then. Ow! What happened to Pennsylvania Storm Tracker stream? Just a wind job? Should be. Should be, but we keep on going down there every now and then to monitor to see if that rotation starts. We've had a couple areas of like weak rotation, but that's about it. It looks like our latest scan on this storm north of East Bristol looks like that rotation is starting to fall apart as a merger comes up from the south and goes into the inflow of this storm. So we pretty much just got a storm here, storm here. The mouth of this storm is right here. It wants to eat that warm and moist air that's out here. This merger, or this storm to the south, is just a big old pocket of cold air. And that's being thrown up into the mouth of this storm. And now this storm is not happy, which is great news for all of us. Thank you, Eric, for subscribing. In Pennsylvania, not a whole lot. We do have some storms over there, though. A lot of little thunderstorms. We got Pennsylvania storm trackers out there just doing a little local chase. Thank you, Dave, for gifting 1 membership. Thank you. How's my voice been? It's been all right. My stomach's been giving me issues, though. Big time. Thankfully, it cleared up literally about 30 minutes before I went live. Yeah, still looking good on rotations there. Like Michigan's also got some thunderstorms ongoing. A little bit of a special weather statement in Detroit. 40 mile per hour winds possible. What else we got going on out there? A couple of special weather statements down here in Kentucky. No rotation on those. Little storm over here in Nashville heading up towards Gallatin with 40 mile per hour winds on it. Outflow boundary south of Clarksville. Hopefully giving Clarksville a little bit of a cool down. think Clarksville got a little bit cooler there. And then south of Springfield as well. Could see some cooler air for like Henderson and Gallatin. Little special weather statement over there near Gold Meadow. Man, these radars are just out. Here, looks like we're still dealing with that outage. Check out our satellite view of our storm. Our tropical system everybody's been talking about. Man, the amount of hype for this storm has been unreal. It has made me lose all hope in YouTube. And you can definitely see that low level circulation up there. That's the latest all the way across the board. Maybe seeing a little bit of circulation trying to develop here south of Nora. It was never that scary. That's the thing. Like, everybody speculated and they would just latch on to the worst speculation instead of just like telling it as it is. Like, nobody knew whether or not it'd become a hurricane or not. And people were like saying that it was gonna, like, a hurricane was like in the realm of possibilities before the storm even formed, before we even had any data on the storm. Like, I guess technically, you know, on the worst case scenario, but that was always an unlikely scenario. And people like structured entire videos around that. It's just sad. How's Milwaukee look? Milwaukee is looking okay for now. We're still monitoring these storms. Haven't had a tornado in a warning in a while, but we do still have some supercells trying to do stuff out here. So wouldn't completely let your guard down near Milwaukee, but these ones should go north of you. Your storms would probably come out of Janesville, and as of right now, that just mainly looks like a bunch of rain showers.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm in a little area of rotation there just to the south and west of Deerfield, heading towards Cambridge and Lake Mills. I'd be in your safe spots. Let's we do have a camera like literally right under this thing, so let's go ahead and get that really quick. Would be I think this one would be pretty darn close. See if we see anything. We got traffic out there. You can kind of see the storm off in the distance in the very center of the screen there. Fortunately, we don't have any. I'm trying to see if they'll like move any of these cameras to look at the storm. They do that in Wisconsin. This is like behind the storm. This is like our closest camera to that rotation. Not seeing anything there. We do have cameras near like Lake Mills as well if we need them. Also over here near Johnson's Creek, making sure none of these are turned to the storm. Man, this is literally passing like right in between these two cameras here. I think this has got probably our best. It's looking to the west, so probably our best chance of seeing anything off in the distance is probably from this one. They do that to get to more views. Yeah, well, the problem is that it completely drowns out people that, you know, are trying to be truthful. It is frustrating. I've been trying to ignore it, but not really talk about it too much because you guys know how I get with that kind of stuff, but this sucks. Sucks being on the other side of the equation. YouTube should definitely change, but they're not going to do it because that makes them tons of money too. When hypers get more money, so does YouTube. Still waiting on the latest scan on this storm heading up towards Lake Mills. If you guys live in Lake Mills, Please continue to be sheltered in place. You're ready to activate Super Saiyan anxiety mode on that tropical system. Yeah. Yeah, it became pretty apparent yesterday that, you know, a hurricane was really unlikely. Tropical storm was actually getting into question yesterday. And today, tropical storm is super in question with this storm. But, you know, still could get some sneaky development. We can get like a little mid-level circulation develop. See some sneaky development near New Orleans. What are you talking about, Samuel? Time, yeah, time is definitely not on its side. I mean, in my opinion, it could definitely get up to a, you know, a tropical depression. Tropical storm, though, I mean, that's definitely in question, but, you know, it could still technically, you can make an argument that it could get there. You just have to start doing something now. I did notice something on this. Yeah, there's like no, it's not a mid-level circulation, honestly, right there. It looks like there is, but when you look at the, actually the velocities are old. Shoot. Look at that on radar mega. Actually, yeah. There actually might be our mid-level circulation developing there. Question is, does that come down to the surface? This radar is 85 miles away, so we're looking pretty high up into there. So yeah, that would definitely be a mid-level circulation developing. Question is, does that make it down to the surface? And if it does, then we might actually get a tropical depression out of this, or a tropical storm. That's the only way it happens. All right, latest scan on this storm. It looks like our rotation is broadening out quite a bit as this heads towards Cambridge. Let me see. Let me check back in with our traffic cameras. Oops. Because they do sometimes turn these things, and I just want to make sure they haven't turned any of our cameras towards the storm. They haven't turned that one. This one hasn't turned. That one hasn't turned. Lake Mills. We'll check this one just in case. Yeah. That would be the center? No, the center of the storm is up here. Or the lower, what's pretty much is happening here. Our lower level center is up here near Mariana, most likely. And then our mid-level center is back over here. And so what's happening is we've got some shear kind of working its way over Georgia. And it's displacing, or it's stretching our vertical spin kind of out like that, displacing a lot of our convection to the south and west. And so our lower level circulation is still over Florida. Our mid-level circulation appears to be developing now just south of Panama City. And the question is, if that becomes our new area of lower level road, or lower level circulation, that could certainly strengthen into a tropical depression. Yeah, according to the National Hurricane Center, our center is over Panama City. Let me draw that better. Near the Panama City area. It's a pretty broad circulation right now, as you can see. This would definitely be our mid-level circulation there. And it's still getting kind of stretched out. But it's not, this is not the new lower level circulation. The latest scan on our storm over here near Deerfield. Looks like that rotation is losing pretty much all of its marbles there. And zooming out and just checking around. Not really seeing much. Let's come back down here to Illinois, give a little update. At least to see if we have any rotation there. Yeah. Really seeing much. There's something over there near Tonic, huh? Yeah, that's legitimate. We have a little area of some rotation developing south of Vermilionville. Not very strong, but something to keep an eye on. It's getting nasty. Yeah, just some damaging winds. Up to, it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning near DeKalb has been allowed to expire and has been replaced with a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds. This one down over here near Ottawa, though, still at 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards like Leland, Dayton, Ottawa, and Farm Ridge. Everywhere else, just rain and wind. Like down here, warned for 50-mile-per-hour winds. Wouldn't rule out eventually a severe thunderstorm warning down here towards like Athens and Williamsville. Interesting, this line of storms is pushing all the way down now into Missouri, which means we can't rule out maybe even some potential thunderstorm activity for St. Louis maybe later. Sign of it slowly weakening. Yeah, absolutely. We are certainly past at least our initial peak of tornadic activity. Yeah. Yeah, the latest ASCAT just shows winds brushing up against the coast and some it definitely shows a little trough definitely shows a little trough like back down over here with winds coming out of this area and then winds brushing up against the coast in this area. But our surface observations put their center of pressure a little bit further up to the north, still over land near Panama City. Keep in mind, there's a bunch of METAR. In fact, we can probably see it on Radar Omega. Let me that going. Yeah. Got wind going up in that direction, wind going in that direction. These winds over here are going off the coast. You see how broad it is too. Broad and disorganized. A little bit tighter circulation right up in this area. So that's probably, I mean, that is where our surface low is. And that's what the National Hurricane Center is saying. And also, you know, our data. I have a feeling they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire after 10 minutes unless we start seeing more rotation. There's a little something over here near oil field and old Deerfield. Maybe a kind of a weird circulation developing there. Kind of in the wrong spot though, so probably won't last for too long, but I have to keep an eye on that area. It's broad and weak, but something to keep looking at least, just in case. I do want to check back further up to the north just to make sure nothing is happening over here. Yeah, we're still looking pretty good. Not seeing anything that's really catching my eye right now. Let's see. I mean, there's definitely some rotation there. Not very strong, but there is some there. I agree with you on that. That is, you call that out for everybody watching. That is just north of Farm Ridge. Between Ottawa and Farm Ridge. It's not very strong rotation, but there is some rotation starting to develop there. And is a little bit on the tighter side of circulation. Coming over to like storm relative. There we go. And you can see right in there, a little bit broad, a little bit on the weak side, but still rotation nonetheless. I would keep an eye on that near Stonyville and hit in Illinois, just in case. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for tuning in. You have Twister on your TV. Yeah. We've all watched Twister a lot. It's hard to tune into a weather channel and I've never watched the movie Twister. So we just got an extension of this southern severe thunderstorm warning for Sandwich. There was 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Yorkville and Oswego. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows still. All right, let me make sure my chasers are current. Don't want to be missing any storms. And let's get this camera. Is this the Lake Mills? Let's get this camera on Lake Mills. There we go. So I haven't seen the new one, don't want to. It's so corny. You're not missing out. You are not missing out at all. It is extremely corny and just weird. Some people liked it, but I didn't. We got a lot of like mini supercells developing here. We got one here, one near Fall River, and another one near Columbus. None with any like strong rotation, but kind of interesting to note that these storms are at least still trying to organize a little bit. To me, the whole movie just had so many inaccuracies. It was annoying to watch for me. Like, if you know nothing about weather, then maybe you can enjoy it. But for me, it was annoying. Like stopping, what were they? Stopping a tornado with oh. Over here near Fall River, potentially a little bit stronger circulation developing here south of Lazy Lake. Keep an eye on that. Were they stopping a tornado with diaper stuff? And then like the other guy was like, they were like measuring, like there's just no like solid plot like at all. Like in terms of like a movie, like it's like nerdy, super genuine girl falls in love with super cocky main character type dude. This is like so cliche. Like, oh, he's an asshole, but like he's actually nice. Oh no, it was just too weird of a movie. I really like the genuineness of yeah, they're gonna let this tornado warning expire, but they might issue another one over here near Fall River for Beaver Dam. I really like the genuineness of the original though. So like you can't compare to that in my opinion. Like if you're gonna beat it, you gotta have a better plot. Like there was just no plot. It was like so strung out. Like, you know, part of the storm chasers were trying to, you know, sell cities to a millionaire, and that once it got destroyed, other ones were like trying to place these radars that have to be 300 feet from the tornado, but tornadoes move at like 500 feet per second or like 300 feet per second. So how's that even physically possible to do? It's like that whole part was stupid. It starts off with people hiding under a bridge, and the people that survived the tornado were the ones under the bridge and not the ones that, you know, it's just like, I don't know, too many inaccuracies. It annoyed the crap out of me. Like, just make a regular tornado movie. That's what I liked about the original Twisters, is like they really, you know, paid homage to like the real weather nerds that storm chase, and like the wide range of different types of personalities. That movie was doing it for the gram. Well, the CG, actually, I like the CG tornadoes. I think they did it okay on that, except for like that really big one at the end. That one was absolutely garbage. Yeah, exactly. Why not just have a DAO? Because with the DAO, all you got to do is sit there and look at it, so it's not interesting for a movie. I do want to check back in on that little circulation south of Ottawa. It's still technically there, but it's not as strong as it was, and we've got an outflow boundary about to extend right into that. So it's got about, let me see how that outflow boundary is propagating. Yeah, it's got about 5 minutes to produce there. Keep an eye on it. into the storm. Yeah, I actually kind of like that one. That one, I think that one had like a better plot. It captured like the rodeo storm chaser, but like what real rodeo storm chasers are like. Mild or massively obsessed with getting just way too close to tornadoes, and also showed the, you know, the consequences of it. Like in the Twisters movie, the main character, I forget his name, the tornado wrangler, literally just put spikes in the middle of dirt ground and had the tornado go right over him, and he was a-okay. Like, that doesn't work in a pickup truck. No armor. Like, what was that? All right, this northern circulation has died off. Still kind of there. It's still technically worth watching, but it's not nearly as strong as it was. This one over here near Lake Mills still has a little bit, but again, still really weak. And yeah, that's really all we have right now. I mean, for Wisconsin, you know, the severe weather threat appears pretty darn low for these storms. It's mainly just tornado threats right now. And then back down over here. Oh, wow. It did issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this. 60-mile-per-hour winds coming towards Lincoln, Middletown, Athens, Williamsville, Mount Pulaski, Hayworth, and Randolph. Ooh, looks like stuff might be starting over there in Colorado. Yeah, look at that. Or not Colorado, Wyoming. Oh, dang, that radar is not working. I'm assuming Storm Chaser Patrick is near Cheyenne. Yeah, he's near Cheyenne, and you can see there is a storm developing near him. Well, I think we can get a pretty good view of a storm from Mr. Patrick here eventually. Cover the camera for Lamar Jackson at it. What does that even mean? I'm sorry. I am relatively young in comparison, because every time... Ooh, all right, a tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Every time I say I'm 31, people in chat are like, you're young, I'm 78. Or you're young, I'm 120. So I'm relatively young, according to chat. But when it comes to like social media, I am a boomer on purpose. I think social media, I've always believed social media to be the downfall of humanity ever since I was like 14. And so I really try not to use it like at all. I used to like write raps about how social media was like cancerous to the brain when I was younger. And so it's not like I'm old to the point to where, you know, I don't know what social media is because of like it's just so new. It's been around since I was younger. I used to have like a MySpace, but you know, I just choose not to use it that much. So in that sense, I'm not very familiar with it, and I really don't, you know, how to use it that well. So I have no idea what you're talking about. YouTube is social media. Yeah, but I'm like, this is like, I watch YouTube, but a lot of it, most of it is educational content. I use internet a lot to learn for the most part, and I still like entertainment. So I like watch movies and like shows, but like, you know, there's a lot of brain rot content and a lot of misinformation. And if you're not super careful, you will, that'll be the only thing that you watch on social media. I also probably watch way too much golf on YouTube. You just got to be careful. You can use social media for learning, to stay up to date. It does have its purposes. Like, for instance, watching my live stream is a good way to use social media where it's not going to affect you. Because it's like educational content with a side of entertainment if you're one of those people that find tornadoes entertaining, which is a lot. You'd be surprised on how many people will refuse to watch my stream because I don't have a billion storm chasers. That is the only difference between me and someone like Max Velocity or Ryan. If I could have, like, you know, Freddie McKinney, Connor Croft, Reed Timmer, all the big chasers, Brandon Kopic, like, I would probably, like, for my live streams, would never go under like 2,000 to 3,000 viewers. That's like spending like 2 bands per live stream for storm chasers, and I don't make that. Let me see how much I've made this one live stream. Yeah, I've made $57 this live stream. That would have been 1 hour of Freddie McKinney. Full Swing, yeah, I like that. I'm waiting for their next season. How's Kendall County looking? Let me see. Kendall County. Yeah, you guys are still under severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That leading edge is like right here. You can actually see the winds pretty well on radar. Yeah, 60, maybe even some isolated spots of 65 miles per hour, especially in this northern portion, coming pretty close to Yorkville. Yeah, I'd definitely be indoors and away from windows. Some power outages and trees down could be possible. There's not one warning in Wisconsin anymore, by the way. Let me make sure my title, yeah, title is good. Awesome. We are in Yorkville. Well, you know what? You got some stuff coming. Just be indoors and away from windows, and I promise you, you'll be okay. It's going to get a little bit loud. It's going to feel a little bit hectic. As long as you're indoors, you'll be fine. I promise. You've been through this before. You've been here before. If you live in Yorkville, this isn't your first rodeo. Is there a tornado in Wisconsin? There was, but there is not anymore. Wisconsin has calmed down quite significantly since we started the stream. We started off the stream pretty hot. We had a large tornado today, PDS tornado warning. Thankfully, these storms back here have not matured enough to really do much, but I'm still keeping my eye on them technically. We had a little bit of circulation with this supercell back up in this area. Still pretty weak. Still keeping an eye on that. Further to the north, nothing was really going on up here except for some rain and some wind. And then back over here, these were our most tornadic supercells earlier today, but they're not really that much anymore. And then, yeah, got a line of thunderstorms coming through Chicago. Most of that portion of the line is pretty darn weak with 50 miles per hour, and just a tiny bit stronger over here with our 60-mile-per-hour windstorm here, about to come into like Yorkville, Oswego, and eventually into Bolingbrook and Joliet, if this still stays you know, severe warned, which it looks like it might. It is kind of bowing out there a little bit. Let me come over here to Patrick. He's got a little storm developing right in front of him in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for being live today. Yeah, no problem. The line looks funny. It's a little skinny line. It's an Ozempic line. It's a line on a diet. Probably needs to eat some food, to be honest. Wyoming, yeah. Yeah, we have a severe threat over in Wyoming today. Little slight risk from like Torrington down through Lamar, La Junta, Denver, Fountain, Pueblo. And even a small tornado risk over there. And those storms are getting started over here. Got some storms over there near Cheyenne, which is the one that Storm Chaser Patrick is on, and we got some of these storms. Now, it should be pretty low chance, but man, we do get some funky activity every now and then in this area due to just the way that the air moves in between the mountains here. So a little bit of extra vorticity could be possible out here. You know, I would say a pretty low chance, but I wouldn't rule out a NATO, some hail, or some damaging winds. What's Patrick looking at? What is that? Oh, it's a raindrop. Impressive. Oh, that's what you're looking at. A cloud. Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to go live yesterday. I was actually like getting ready, or I wasn't getting, I never actually got ready for it, to be honest. In all transparency, I was, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning to the south here for Morrison, Gardner, and Ox, Sable. But I, believe it or not, this might sound ridiculous. I was on the toilet all day yesterday. 18 times. It was crazy. I don't know what the heck's happening with my stomach. I might have a bug. It might have finished I think it might have finished like 30 minutes before the live stream today. I almost wasn't able to go live today. Well, you know, at a certain point, you get to that point where you're like, wow, this is impressive. And you start counting. So yes. Rotation in Yorkville? No. And these storms are outflow dominant. So just some damaging winds about to come through, probably within the next 5 minutes at max. IBS. I don't know. Doesn't really make sense, because that's a lot. Obviously, I'm not going to go into detail. I don't want to gross you guys out in the middle of a severe weather stream, but it was none of it was diarrhea, is all I'll say. So I think my theory is that my stomach just stopped working for like 2 or 3 days and just was playing a bunch of catch up yesterday, or I had a stomach bug. A little weird thing happening over here near like Armington. I'm not sure if that's just because we're getting some weird signals out of our radar or not, but good news is it looks like our radar outage might be over, because our radars are starting to work like they're supposed to again. This is our tropical system in the Gulf, still sitting at a 40% chance of development. Just trying to see if I see anything sticking out to me. Still looks like we have some sort of mid-level circulation there. Still relatively weak though. You can see we're not really getting many strong velocities there, but it's definitely a circulation down there. Just doesn't appear to be surface based at the moment. Yes, help. That is true. Appleton, Wisconsin. Yeah, you guys are looking pretty good. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds north of Harrisville with this storm. There is a little bit of rotation still on it. It's not very strong, and we also got some stronger winds developing here near Dakota, which is why we got a severe thunderstorm warning. This would be probably your worst bet for severe weather unless this part of the storm starts to get active. Again, we're still monitoring to see if these storms are going to do anything tonight, which is still possible. I mean, there's going to be a decent amount of vorticity. I think the most spin in the atmosphere is technically, you can make the argument, is now around those storms. Yeah. So, you know, it just really depends on if they can like take advantage of that environment or not. But we are starting to get into the nighttime hours, and typically in July, once you get to the nighttime, things really start to calm down in terms of like tornadic activity, because just in July in general, because of the lack of flow or the wind way above our heads, the storms don't really get that much venting, so they're already, you know, outflow dominant, biased, or what's the word? they tend to lean more towards outflow dominant and not really inflow dominant for very long. And yeah. And so as you go in the nighttime, you also have an outflow dominant biased for storms. And so you add those two together, it's pretty hard to get a tornado at night, like in the dead of night, you know, with in July. It's not impossible, but it's pretty hard. A little bit of something there. Not anything strong, but actually it'd be like right here near Mulford. A little weak circulation there. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Am I planning to be live for much longer? Yeah, I mean, we're still watching these storms, and we've got a chaser that might be about to maybe see something in Wyoming. A chaser in Pennsylvania might be looking at a storm. Make sure we're current. Yeah, looks like they're coming up on a storm here in Pennsylvania near. Actually, this is in Ohio now. Near New Springfield, Ohio. Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that, Marianne. Yeah, unfortunately, stomach issues are just something that happens to me. My stomach is a weak stomach. Perhaps diseased chronically and never been diagnosed. Yeah, my stomach will be fine. I've gone through this before. It's literally painless. It's just uncomfortable, and you know, it can take me out for a day. It's happened before. There's just a certain part. It's either like a certain thing, a certain food that really irritates my stomach. Like on Saturday, I knew something was up when I started getting increased acid reflux, and that lasted for like a day. And so my theory is that I got some sort of inflammation, and that kind of like backed things up. That's about the best that I know. I'm not a doctor. A little bit of rotation is developing now in the storm south and east of Baraboo. Kind of in this area of storms where we've been keeping an eye. I mean, there's enough rotation to support tornadic activity. Just none of the storms have been able to tap into it. So we got to keep an eye on this storm south of Baraboo. That's the thing. I do take antacids. And they work for the most part, but every now and then they don't. Yeah, I forget what it is. It's either Nexium or it's the one that starts, like the actual chemical in the medicine starts with an O. It looks like Yorkville is now getting their storm. Oswego is next and Morris is next. Again, these are warned for 60 miles per hour winds. And then down over here, this is going through Lincoln, Illinois. Randolph, Hayward, Mount Pulaski is next in line for those 60 mile per hour winds. Put a composite here so we can just see everything all at once. Sure, people in Ohio will also appreciate that. Omeprazole. Yeah, that's the one I take. I take 40 milligrams of that a day. Seems to do well. I can hurt with magnesium. Doesn't Gatorade have magnesium in it? Hopefully. I don't know. Well, it has potassium. Also take vitamins every day. About famotidine? I have not. I don't have a doctor. That's the problem. That's why I've never been diagnosed with anything. I haven't had health insurance for a long time. I cannot afford it. Still too poor. Even after all this stuff on YouTube, still too poor. Just waiting for like a Bernie Sanders to become president so we can just get Medicare for all. Not to get political or anything, but that would help me substantially.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this area. Looks like this rotation is starting to develop a little bit stronger near Decorah and Portage. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. Again, a decent area of rotation is moving off towards your area. Unfortunately, this is a part of the storm that we've been talking about for a while, and it looks like it is starting to tap into the shear environment. So looks like some of the folks that have oh wait, that's near our traffic camera that we had before. Near Portage. That one doesn't work. This was the one. Yeah, hopefully they control this one again. As this storm is going like directly towards this camera here. Gastritis. Yeah, it could be a multitude of different things. It really doesn't matter what it is because it's chronic. So there's no going away. I just have to watch what I eat, but sometimes I get a little risky with it. So it's on me, honestly. I just love food too much and my stomach is too weak. Yeah, Portage needs to go into their safe spots, and Decorah. You guys got a developing circulation nearby you, right here in that area near Devil's Head Resort. So I would be in your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. We've also got some more circulations, weaker circulations, but circulations to keep an eye on near Wisconsin Dells, and another one south and west of Lewiston. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just, it's nothing, it's not like anything, you know, it's just more of me being like, you know, I am somebody that's never had healthcare or hasn't had healthcare until like, I remember there's like some sort of like provision back in the day that you can have healthcare all the way until like 21, like under your parents' plan. And then once that expired, I haven't had healthcare since. So I've just been, what, really? Oh yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for Joliet, Boiling Brook, and Oakland Park for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Look at this on PA Storm Tracker stream in New Springfield, Ohio. We got a little bit of a shelf cloud coming in. Madison's doing fine right now. You do have a storm, another storm about to come through, but there's no rotation on it. Just going to be another round of heavy rain. Now, the crazy thing is that like I can pay my bills, but I cannot afford healthcare. It's like $500 a month if you want good stuff. You can get stuff for cheaper, but like you need to have good health insurance, especially if you like, even if, but that crazy thing is, even if you have good health insurance, you still get stuck with a bill. Like sometimes like crazy bills. It was like, what's even the point? Yeah, still some decent rotation over there just to the west of Durward's Glen. And then another one over here south and east of Lake Delton. So keeping an eye on those. Wouldn't also rule out a tornado warning up here somewhere. There still has been some rotations up there near Harrisville. Come back wide view for just a little bit. Yeah, I've had Obamacare, but I make too much for it now. I had Obamacare once for like a month. and now I owe them like $1,000 because apparently I didn't cancel because I didn't realize my premium got changed. Even that's a scam. They change your premium and then they send it to you in the mail, and I never check my mail. It's bullcrap. Do I fry burgers? Nope. I just want to check back in on rotations in Illinois just to make sure. Sure helps looking at it, but yeah, still looking good. Some outflow dominance storms coming into the Chicago area pretty much right now, like the very outskirts of Chicago, south of Aurora. Can I go to Canada? Okay, if there's anybody in chat in Canada that wants to hang out for like a week, let me know. Or literally any other developed country, let me know. You'll be on the Portage Storm in the 5 minutes. What do you mean by that? The heck? You were live on YouTube. Can I use your feed? Please. We don't have any chasers in Wisconsin. It's Michael Hall, y'all. I'm just kidding. I won't do that to you. Wow, look at this shelf cloud on still looking pretty. Wow, look at that. In Ohio, that is quite the shelf. Yeah, where's Chaz when you need him? Did he tell me that so I should use his stream, or did he tell me that just to let me know? To like take some of my viewers? Yeah, still a little area of rotation there. Just north of Durwood's Glen. Apparently, there's a dude named Michael Hall who's live on YouTube right now. Oh, he says I can use his feed. Let's go. Y'all show Michael some love. Go give him a like and a subscribe. He's on this tornado warned storm, so you should be watching him anyways. Why am I the first guy to know about this? You guys are supposed to be telling me. I'm joking. This is Michael Hall. He's live in Wisconsin, driving through the rain right now, trying to get up on this tornado warned storm. Outflow dominant storms don't really recycle, Tornado. But yeah, huge shout out to Michael Hall. Y'all better subscribe to him too. If you go over to his channel, give him a like and a sub. All right, looks like his stream's gone down due to connection issues, but we'll come back over there when we can. But yeah, there's your area of rotation still coming pretty close to Portage. Let me also make sure we have our Wisconsin cameras. I know we do have some cameras in the area. Let me do this. I'm gonna go like right here. on that as well. People are stingy with their subs. Hey, it's okay. I mean, definitely not seeing a NATO on the ground yet with this storm, but still enough, I think, rotation to be in your safe spots there in Portage, just in case. Also looks like this storm might be trying to do something again. A little bit more rotation, trying to develop there south at Fox Lake. The best weatherman, hands down. Dang. Thanks, Jess. Let's check back in with Michael Hall. Wait, is this one? He is apparently close to our tornadic circulation near Portage. He's in the heavy rain right now. We do not have his exact location, but he is close. He said he was 5 minutes from Portage. More shelf cloud? Where? Nah, it's gone. Dang, you're putting me in their category. Thank you so much. I'll take that. Max is a good dude. Yeah, still keeping an eye on that on his stream there. Man, look at this storm over here near Waupun. It's got a decent little area. Man, it's trying to get that rotation developed as well. Check that out. This storm might be trying again near Waupun. Watch out. A tornado warning could be about to happen over there near Waupun. These are the only storms I'm really keeping an eye. There's some broad circulation still on this storm, but nothing overly concerning with that just yet. Checking in Chicago. Yeah, in Chicago, we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings with 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. No areas of strong rotation right now, but definitely some stronger winds at the moment coming into Bolingbrook, Romeoville, Wheaton, and Carroll Stream. I'll definitely be indoors and away from windows out there. Yeah, we don't work with Charlie. Well, I mean, technically, if he had a tornado, we could pay him $50 to look at it. We might end up doing that. I don't know. Where is he?
Needs to be tornado warned right now. Tornado.
Okay. Yeah, he's about to have a tornado down. Let me get his stream up. I'll go out on a limb. Only one $50 stream. Oh my God, he's fully down. Where is this? There it is right there. You can see it was just fully down. That was that storm we were just talking about. This is just south of Waupun. Waupun needs to be in their safe spots. It's just produced.
You guys are north.
Looks like it might be about to come back down.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at that right there. New tornado warning has been issued. I'm assuming that's going to be for this storm. Yeah, this is on the ground here near Waupun. And not very strong circulation, but you just saw it there with your own eyes. That is on the ground and heading up to the north and east towards Waupun. If you live in Waupun, please be in your safe spots. We are keeping a close eye on this storm. Also back over here near Portage. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots there as well. Looks like I accidentally glitched out this Storm Chaser's feed. There we go. And here's the view of that circulation. Is this frozen? I think his feed froze. I think you Ardenell for the 10. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it froze. Let me do a refresh. Yeah, I think he lost service. I'll come back over to him once he gets service back. But yeah, rotation near Portage is pretty broad. And keep an eye on that. And we still have 2 areas of broad circulation up here as well. Still keeping an eye on south of Watoma. Waiting on our latest scan there. Thank you, Ardenal. That will help pay for the chaser. I appreciate that. Traffic cams. Yeah, traffic cams are working. We have a camera right here that is in the path of the Portage storm, but the rotation is kind of broad. I don't think we're going to see much. And these ones near Portage are not working, though. It's only this one. Oh, that one's down now, too. Wow, all these cameras just went down. Yeah, all these cameras near Portage just went down, but we still have a storm chaser near the Portage storm. This is Michael Hall. Make sure we're current. He is near Portage. Haven't quite had a sneak peek of the storm yet, but it seems like he's popping out of the rain. Yeah, I don't... This kind of sucks. I hate it when this happens. Yeah, his stream definitely froze. That's why it's always a risk to buy a storm or to pay for an hour of storm chasers, because then sometimes their streams go down and it's just like, okay. But at least he got us a view of the tornado when it formed. Yeah, latest scan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, looks like they've issued a tornado warning now for this storm, which is really starting to get its act together here south of Watoma, just north and west of Spring Lake, heading towards Mount Morris and Spring Lake. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Looks like our tornado threat is again ramping back up. Again, if you live in Watoma, please be in your safe spots. That one's looking pretty dangerous over there near Watoma. That's some pretty strong rotation. No debris signature yet, but and be in your safe spots. Looks like that one is trying to put down a tornado pretty soon. Let's go back to Michael Hall. Who's near our Portage storm. Listen in. Oops. You have audio? I don't think he has audio. I don't hear anything. Is this stream still frozen? It is. How? How is that still frozen? Yeah, and just in case for folks wondering, this was on the ground here near Waupun. Not sure if it still is on the ground, as we kind of lost our view on this storm, but if you live in Waupun, I would still be in your safe spots. And also over here near Watertown, wouldn't rule out this storm trying to become tornadic. Looks like that one is getting maybe a little bit better organized. No, never mind. It's still struggling. It has some decent rotation aloft. It looks like this storm near Portage has gone well outflow dominated. Very broad circulation on that. Looks like this area of storms is forming into a line. And this is what that storm looks like in person. We are starting to clear out the rain. Might be about to see maybe the circulation of this storm. But it is pretty rain wrapped. Your boss is going outside to see how it looks in Portage. You know, any other situation, I would say that's not a smart idea. And honestly, I would exercise caution with rotating supercells, but I will say it is very broad circulation right now.
Chat, are we live? Are we back?
Oh, he's back.
Are we
Right,
back,
this is
chat?
Charlie Bordeaux on that storm that just produced a
back?
tornado. And it's still got a wall cloud on it. That's how it looked before it produced that last tornado.
Are we back, guys? I don't know what happened there. It said I was live, but the stream completely froze. But nothing has really happened in between that moment there. The storm is just trying to recycle right now.
Yeah, you can definitely see there's a decent amount of motion.
Yeah, apologies about the freeze there. Storm's trying to recycle and put down a new tornado up here.
Yep.
But besides that, we
Still
haven't really
motion.
had anything in between.
Decent amount of rotation on the surface
Yeah,
here.
I'm all good. Just a connection issue. I don't know what that was. It said I was live, but for some reason the stream just like froze. Never had that happen before, but I'm gonna try to go northeast and get back up into it. We're gonna try to work our way back into this thing.
Yeah, it's still some decent rotation. If you live in Waupun, Wisconsin, I would certainly continue to be in your safe spots. Again, that's this storm right here. Still some decent rotation. It never really had that strong of rotation when it dropped its first tornado, so I wouldn't expect it to ramp back up, you know, at least on radar. I wouldn't wait for that at least. Over here near Watoma, still some pretty strong rotation, about to head directly over Watoma, heading up towards Mount Morris next after that, so please continue to be sheltered in your safe spots there near Watoma. Still pretty strong and tight rotation with that. Man, look at this view. This is just our best view of the day, that's for sure.
Can I share a clip of your video on his socials? I don't know. You would have to contact Severe Studios for that, because technically it's through them, I think. But
Yeah, you'd probably have to pay a pretty penny to post his video on
yeah, that
socials.
was an insane tornado. That was the prettiest tornado I've ever seen. And it might be about to do another one up here. It's still spinning.
Doesn't Charlie Bordeaux usually like help out Freddie McKinney?
Nothing landed on me, nothing landed on me, no, I was safe. I was a couple hundred yards
Is that
back.
the same
I
guy?
was close, but I wasn't charged up into it.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Not gonna charge up into something
New
like that.
information.
I don't know
This
if tornado
tornado warning has been upgraded.
And they just upgraded this tornado warning, but that might be late. I'm not seeing a new
Also,
NATO on the
also
ground.
pulled over up here. Come on, bro. Come on. Get off the road here.
Yeah, there's no new NATO
Yeah, the
yet.
storm's still spinning.
So I think that's
Not
a
going outflowing, but we still have an area of circulation to the left.
I think that's an old report, but it was on the ground a while ago, or like a couple minutes ago. So I would still be in your safe spots out here near Waupun, Wisconsin. Check back over here near Portage. Still some broad circulation there. Maybe a little bit tighter circulation happening over here near Douglas Center. Might be about to get a tornado warning for Packwaukee in Endeavor. And then back over here near Watoma. Yeah, still some pretty decent rotation heading into there as well. So please continue to be sheltered. And thank you, Meta, for the $4.99 for the 10% of using Charlie. Thank you so much. Yeah, the best way would be Venmo if you guys want to help out with Charlie. But I do appreciate that, Meta. Together, we can afford it. Alone, we go broke.
Dude, I was so bumming after missing all the tornadoes downtown to finally get one. It's rewarding. I've, like, this whole season I've been hungry for that tornado. And we finally got it. This is a tornado that I can call my own. I forecasted it and chased it all by myself.
Chazzy's doing good. He's just hanging out.
You guys got to be here with me for it, which makes it even better.
He's repositioning right now, but I can still think, I think that circulation is off on his right. It looks like on the right side it's rotating too. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks like he's gonna get way ahead of it and then turn around. So we'll keep an eye on his feed. Can we get? No, he's not around right now. Come back over to Mike, who has a view still of the Portage storm. Maybe let me get current. Yeah, this is the Portage tornado warned storm. Still not seeing any strong rotation on radar, but north near Pakwaki is where our next rotation potential tornado warning will be. So I would assume if Michael is listening to the stream, he's going up north towards that direction.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. I'm guessing, yeah. Looks like they just issued a broad tornado warning for this entire line for Pakwaki, Harrisville, and Montello. All need to be in their safe spots now. And that is the latest. I don't want to forget about Chicago. Back over here in Chicago, we have some stronger winds moving through Darien, Downers Grove, and eventually into Orland Park, Addison, Bensonville, and Lombard. Seeing a little interesting thing here. Seems like the leading edge of our storm might have caught up to our outflow boundary, but I'm gonna have to wait until this comes out of our, well, actually we can check this radar. Yeah, that's not rotation, that's just some stronger winds. Looks like Michael has a view of something. Oh, look at that. Oh, he's got his audio on.
Got a tornado coming down.
He thinks he has a tornado coming down. Let's see if he's listening to my live stream. Michael, where are you? His volume is so low. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where he is, but I would assume he still looks like he's on an interstate, so I'm assuming he's pretty close to Pakwaki and Monticello. He was near Portage, and I think he's still been traveling north up that way, so hopefully we can get some sort of view from him. But yeah, near Pakwaki and Montello, still need to be in your safe spots there with that storm. And further down to the south, Portage is good to go from your storm. Here near Watoma, I still have some pretty darn strong rotation about to come into Watoma now. So please continue to be in your safe spots. No confirmation that this is on the ground yet, but I would certainly still be sheltered in place for that storm. What's going on with Charlie? He's talking to somebody, but his camera's not facing the storm, so I really don't know what's going on over there. But yeah, that's the latest across the way. On radar with this storm, looks like our rotation is becoming a little bit outflow dominant at the moment near Wapping. And we got this storm down over here near Kleiman that's also kind of looking interesting. Kind of looks like there might be a boundary out in front of it, but got to keep an eye on that storm. It does seem to be trying to at least wrap up a little bit. Winnebago County. Let me see where that is. Eventually it's possible. Yeah. I mean, we're getting a little increase of our tornado threat out over just to your west. And if that continues for much longer, then yeah, there is a chance that there could be some warnings over there. Here's Charlie.
Play right now. Watch behind us. That's where we're in the RP.
Okay, so
we're on the back side of it.
he's in the
On the back side of it here.
he's in the RFD right now.
We're gonna flip around. We can turn around up here.
It's like he's about to turn around and look at the storm here. Yeah, he's on this one near Wapping, so we'll see what it looks like in a moment. I do want to check up a little bit further up to the north, just making sure we ain't got no surprises. Yeah, still looking good. Still looking good. Still waiting on our latest scan as well with a lot of our radars here. Charlie's an awesome chaser. Yeah, he's not. He is not bad. Good forecaster. Usually equals good chaser. Also got to have a little bit, you know, little set of cojones as well. But you mix. Oh, wow. Wow, look at that storm. That looks pretty interesting still. Oh, wow.
We should be clear now. I think we can nose back in.
Yeah, there's still definitely a mesocyclone and some rotation in there.
Just spinning.
You can definitely see that outflow boundary as well. The storm is pretty close to the outflow boundary, so there is an argument to be made that circulation could develop along the outflow boundary near where that mesocyclone intersects. Wapping. Ah.
Might be about to put down another one here. Got a big RFT surge. Big time surge of RFT coming around the backside of the storm.
Yeah, if the tornado were to form, it would be pretty much just to the left of the road and track across the road here.
I'm gonna pull off up here. Oh man. Oh, we got a big swirl right to our right. Big swirl to our right.
Oh yeah, look at
Got
that.
to drop right here.
That's moving.
Pull off. Look at that right
A
there.
lot of motion in there.
Got a swirl in there. Might be trying to come down.
Oh yeah, is that a
All sorts
funnel?
of, like little areas of circulation along this. So weird. It's trying to consolidate. It wants to consolidate again.
Well,
Yeah, you folks near
definitely some
Wapping
pretty
between,
decent rotation on that
Oakfield
portion
and
of the storm.
Beaver Dam. This is where the storm is. We had a tornado on the stream earlier. The storm has put down tornadoes. This is a tornado-producing storm. Might be about to get another one here at some point, but it's a little disorganized right now.
Yeah, you can definitely see that outflow boundary in there.
Big RFD cut.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of motion in this storm still, although on radar doesn't really look particularly interesting. It certainly does have motion in it. And this is the storm that he's talking about right here near Wapping. There's actually a new little area of circulation potentially forming there north, or kind of like just north of Wapping.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, they just warned this storm now. Oh yeah, rotation is getting started here near Hustisford, Woodland, and Iron Ridge. Hoping to be in their safe spot. That rotation is getting stronger there. Wow, look at this on Charlie's stream. That thing is moving.
Right up there. That's where I'm watching. It's gonna be right in there.
It's looking a little bit more healthy. That looks like a healthy supercell. It looks like that mesocyclone is very close to latching onto that outflow boundary. I wouldn't count this storm out. Also getting some rotation develop here near Rio. Some stronger rotation. They need a warning on this storm for Cambria, Randolph, and South Randolph, Friesland as well. Pretty decent rotation there. Back over here near Pacawani, some broader circulation still exists with this storm moving towards Montello. And that's the latest on the other storms as well. Hopefully we get a tornado warning on that one storm. I do want to make sure that we're current on Michael, as he could be near any of these circulations. All right, let's come back here and listen in to Charlie.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, that's a very large area of circulation there. You can tell that entire cloud is
base.
circulating.
Still spinning.
New tornado warning is for this storm near Cambria, Friesland, and Randolph. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, a decently strong area of rotation is coming y'all's way.
Google Maps here. Or, what are my roads? What are my roads here? Oh yeah, this big area of circulation still. It's a huge, huge wall cloud. We were under that a little bit ago. Once. We were right under that.
I'm not seeing a funnel yet, but there definitely is still a lot of motion in that. You can see it moving right to left.
So I was heading towards OP. That's what I'm going to put in my A big surge of RFP coming around. Look at that. The whole meso. Big time RFP. Big time RFP coming in. We're gonna have to stop. We gotta stop here. It's gonna be trying to drop on our heads. Gonna be trying to drop on our heads here. And I'd like to get east. When it gets to the next exit. Go off to the east a little bit here. Get him blown around.
Yeah, definitely still a pretty decent storm up there. And that's this storm here. Looks like they did allow this tornado warning over here near Watoma to expire. And yeah, our circulation has got a lot weaker there. They are still continuing this tornado warning near Pakwaki. Right there, you can still see we have some broader circulation, but still enough, I think, to warrant a tornado warning heading up towards Harrisville. And then further down to the south near Cambria, looks like our rotation's getting a little bit broader there. And then we've got another area of rotation trying to develop over here near town of Bristol, heading towards Fall River. So might even get a tornado warning there. Does anybody have any idea where Michael is? On the top left? I have no idea where he is. Yeah, listen. Let's listen into him just for a second. Or wait. Just to see if we get any indication. I have no idea where he is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Not sure where yet. Okay, they're extending this tornado warning out over here towards El Dorado, Rosendale, Lamartine, and Oakfield. off to the east, where, you know, on radar really doesn't look too interesting. But again, with that ground view, we definitely have a large, broad area of circulation in that storm still. So definitely would be in your safe spots there if I just announced your city. Back over here near Chicago, we still have 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through the area. Next in line is going to be Park Ridge, Cicero, Oak Lawn, and Oakland Park, Tinley Park as well. We got a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Pennsylvania now, heading towards Blairsville and Mog. .39 south. Yeah, I don't know where that is. Like, I know where 39 is, but south doesn't really give much indication. As far as I can tell, he's still in rain, which means he must be like north of Portage. It looks like Charlie's stream froze again. Dang, north of Carroll stream. We almost had a tornadic attempt there, north of Carroll stream.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new tornado warning has been issued. This is now for Columbus, Fall River. That's going to be for this area of circulation we called out a little bit ago. That's going to be for Fall River and Columbus. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Seems like the storm is like unzipping in rotation. It's pretty interesting. Oh, he's over there. Okay. So he's near that rotation. Let me go back over to him. Oops. So he's pretty much right in this circulation in our northern tornado warning. Let's just see if we see anything here. He is near Packawaki in Wisconsin. Little update on this storm near Hustisford. We might have a tornado on the ground near Hustisford. Yeah, the newest scan that just came in. Yeah, I think that's a tornado on the ground. We have a tornado in progress here north and west of Hustisford. Moving up towards Iron Ridge, Wisconsin, Nita and Mayville all need to be in their safe spots. This is a tornado in progress. You can see that we have a area of rotation right here and a debris signature popping up with reflectivity there. So that's everything lining up. And that's most likely a tornado on the ground just north and west of Hustisford. In terms of this storm, still seems like this storm over here north of Waupun still is trying to reorganize, and most of these circulations back over like near Fall River and Cambria are still relatively broad circulations right now. I still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado though, heading towards y'all's cities. Further up to the north, this area of rotation is pretty broad right now, but it looks like we might be about to get a view from Michael. He is starting to pop out of that rain a little bit. See what we see. I don't really see him much. I don't know. Why would you tell me that? I don't care. Why would you announce that in my chat? All right. But yeah, that's the latest. We have a tornado on the ground over here near Hustis. Latest scan though, to be here or here. Not seeing a debris signature anymore, so it might have been just a very brief tornado there north of Hustisford. Looks like it has lifted, but still keep an eye on that storm near Horicon and Mayville. How's my weather? No idea. I haven't been outside today. Yeah, latest scans. Looks like our rotations back over here near Fall River and Cambria are starting to calm down a little bit. But still worth keeping an eye on. It does seem like our storms are getting quite clustered here again. We'll see if they can kind of break out of that and maybe try to rotate again. And then back over here near Wild Rose, looks like this storm over here is starting to reorganize, heading towards Saxville and Poughkeepsie. If you guys live in this area, I'd be ready to go to your safe spots as this storm is trying to reorganize those two cities in particular. No debris signature yet, but some broad circulation is trying to tighten up on our storm south of Wild Rose, Wisconsin. All right, y'all. I've been holding and using the restroom. Give me like 5 seconds.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
It looks like they have observed this tornado here, which is not surprising. Not sure if it's still on the ground or if this is an old report. Let me read it. Several train spotters reported brief touchdown near Hustisford. Okay, yeah. So looks like that might be an old report, but I would still be in your safe spots just in case. It's still making brief touchdowns, which is certainly possible. All right, looks like Charlie got his feed back up. Let's go look in and listen in.
Never-ending line of trees, bro. Get me out of these trees. I want to see the storm. There's somewhat of a view. I want to point you at it, though, so you can like really see. I'm gonna cook us up here. Looks like it opens up here. Gonna be up here a little bit. Oh wow. Definitely a pretty storm. She is pretty who I was pulling in there. That was a good pull on. I think there's another one up here. Or we can turn around. There's no one coming. We'll flip around. Gonna turn around and give you guys a look at our
Oh wow.
storm here.
Look at that shelf cloud. not.
You're right. It's not looking as super silly as it was. It's looking very...
He's probably about to say looking very outflow dominant, which is usually what you get when you have a shelf cloud. But still, I think a storm to keep an eye on, although there is a lot of competition coming for it right now in that area, general area. So it might be short-lived. But yeah, latest information on this storm, still radar indicated, that is still heading towards Cambria and Friesland and East Friesland. And some broad circulation still heading towards Falls River and just to the west or east of Columbus. So still some circulations to keep an eye on. Wow. Now that is a shelf cloud. Look at that.
Maybe not. That car just pulled over. We'll do a time lapse a little bit.
And he doesn't have his wipers on. Wow, what a view. Oh no, he left the car. Just our luck. That's the latest there. Very, it's kind of weird how blurry this storm is. Like, whoa, never seen a storm that blurry before. Like Earth has lost some of its resolution. Yeah, still some broad circulation up here. I still wouldn't let your guard down there in Saxville and Pine River, Wisconsin. Yes, northern circulation still going near Cambria as of our latest scan. This one up here is pretty darn weak. That one's weakening near Monticello. But I still want Harrisville to continue to be in their safe spots just in case that tries to get its act back together. This one over here, south of Horicon, does not appear to be on the ground anymore, but again, it might have been briefly on the ground near Hustisford, still observed. So until we get a new update, I would still treat this like this is a tornado on the ground near Nita and Mayville. Oh, looks like Michael ended his stream. Great chasing from him. Get PA storm trackers back up. Oh, he turned on his windshield wipers. There's that shelf cloud. He seeing something back in there?
Very, very sus.
He's got something sus, he
Not
says.
sure if that's the T-word though. It doesn't look like it. It looks more like looks more surgey than this whole storm's like is wrapped up. It doesn't really look as organized. I think it's all about to get just slapped by this big MCS.
The MCS might help some of these storms for sure, though.
Back to the shelf cloud.
It is quite the purdy shelf cloud.
Back to our beautiful shelf cloud here.
To negative 1080p. Oh my goodness.
I'd be okay with just sitting here and waiting for it. The storm's coming right to us. It's heading right our way. I think that might be what we do. May just sit and enjoy the show.
Nice. I mean, there is still a little bit of rotation in there. It's not completely dead yet, although it is pretty outflow dominant. It still has a little bit. Seems like this circulation near Friesland, though, is falling apart. Same with this one over here near Harrisville, so still no change on those. This one over here near Fall River is still pretty broad, and this one over here near Columbus is honestly probably one of our tighter circulations out of all of these.
Outflowy.
Outflow boundary is about to go right over him. The wind should increase. Is Appleton in danger?
We had a tornado on stream earlier.
I would certainly be aware. We've seen some circulations that could eventually head your way, but you know, it's going to be pretty hit or miss. I would definitely be paying attention.
We encountered a wild noodle on stream.
You just got an emergency alert tsunami warning?
Another cell heading our way. It's starting to rotate a little bit in front of us. It's nothing crazy. Might just be the RFE stirring things up, but I'm watching it with extreme curiosity.
And apparently there might have been a 5.4 magnitude earthquake.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Windy.
And a tsunami warning was issued 26 minutes ago. And thank you, Skybobs, for the $10. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. That's another $10 towards our storm chasers. So thank you so much. If you guys want to help contribute, feel free to donate. And we don't do any sponsors to keep this stuff ad-free and independent. We completely rely on your guys' donations to fund everything from me eating to my electricity to storm chasers. So if you want to see more storm chasers more often, that's the way to do it. Oh, the 5 was the aftershock. Oh, wow. 7.2 earthquake? That's crazy. USGS. Oh, yeah. Yikes. Look at that. $7.2 right there. That could bring a tsunami into Anchorage. Have they canceled that yet? Or is the tsunami threat still going? That's a huge news story. 7.2 is a huge earthquake. Depending on the depth, it says 36 kilometers. Is that shallow? Still going. Let's see if I can get any cameras in Anchorage. Yeah, I don't think there's any cameras I can use in Anchorage, unfortunately. Oh, wait, this one I might be able to. No. I don't got none, but if anybody hears any more information on that, let me know. Yeah, look at all these rotations. They've allowed this tornado warnings up to the north to expire, and all of these are pretty much falling apart. They're south of Princeton. And this storm is still observed, but I'm assuming they're going to allow that, or at least change it here shortly to not observed. And we still have a little area of rotation here south of El Dorado. No tornado on the ground at the moment, but this is the view of that rotation still. Let's listen in. There was a little something back there.
Look at that up there. I think we have another funnel.
Oh,
I think
yeah, that might be a funnel.
We have something going on up there. Something sus.
More sus.
Like right out my window here.
And thank you, Meta, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for spending a whole 99 cents a month to keep this channel funded.
Very suspicious area there.
Yeah, it does have some suspicions. It looks interesting. That is behind the outflow boundary, so that is where it should be, according to that little rotation we saw.
Might have just been the RFD.
You have weather-wise and you love it? Me too. Can't wait for them to get models on weather-wise. Best doll hair ever. I agree.
All right, we're just going to keep moving again. We'll just keep on moving. I'm going to let these cars go by before I hop on.
Hello, hello.
Those cars go by.
Tsunami, they are saying. I need to get more information on
The storm
that.
is still spinning.
I mean, if a tsunami's about to go through Anchorage, Alaska, that is like ginormous news that I want to be on top of. Yeah, here's the latest information and who's in a tsunami warning. Look at this. That is all the way up there. And Anchorage is just back up in here. That, like, tsunamis, folks, can kill a lot of people. If you live in Anchorage, Alaska, if you live like, I don't think anybody like lives out over here for real, do they? Oh, there are people. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys live like anywhere from like Sandpoint, like on into like Homer and Kenai, yeah, you guys need to be seeking higher ground immediately. Never. I'm gonna try to stay on top of that as much as possible here, folks, and keep a track of this as well. Looks like all these tornado warnings are gonna be allowed to expire, and probably most of our tornado warnings are about to expire. I need to figure out how to get some sort of camera somewhere in this area. And thank you, Brooke, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Yeah, everybody that helps me in my stream, please be focusing all resources to finding any webcams that are live along the coast near Anchorage or like Homer. I'm not diverting my full attention to it, but I am definitely... Let me see if Railfan has anything in Alaska. Lake Hood Seaplane Base. This is in Alaska, near Anchorage, close to the water. Not sure if we'll see anything or how long it's going to take for the tsunami to get there, but we do have one view. I found one view. Yeah, but they're not live cams. Let me actually put that camera a little bit more central here. Put that not there. I do think Patrick may eventually see like a NATO. We'll put it here.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. Not sure where yet. Oh, it's probably back over here. I had no idea that I had my desktop audio muted. Yeah, we are starting to get quite a few storms fire over here near like Colorado Springs and Denver. You're in Alaska. What's going on in Alaska? We've got here's our latest from Alaska. Let me get that information up. So we had a 7.2 earthquake near Sandpoint. It was 7.3. They upgraded the magnitude. And now we have a tsunami warning pretty much all the way in these areas here. So everywhere in the red, that's a tsunami warning, and I wouldn't rule out one there in Anchorage. We're trying to find webcams in the area, like live webcams. We only have one in Anchorage. It's on the top left, and we're trying to find others. It's a fake desk. It's not a real desk. Yeah, 7.3 is huge. We're covering these tornado warnings right now, but if these expire, we're going to be shifting our full attention to that tsunami. I mean, if there's an actual tsunami coming towards Anchorage or like Homer from a 7.3 magnitude earthquake, that could be a big one. Well, they actually just upgraded it. They just upgraded it. This tsunami warning. Not the tsunami warning, the earthquake. It was 7.2 and now it's 7.3. This is the view out of Anchorage, Alaska. And we are watching. So far, no waves have come through yet, but we're watching very, very closely. And we are still scouring the internet to try to see if there's any other cameras anywhere else. This is a picture camera that updates, I think, once every minute. It says here in Homer, Alaska, and Homer, Alaska still looks pretty good. Nothing there yet. I would be seeking higher ground. That is for sure. If you are in that tsunami warning. Yes, they still haven't canceled it. It's still active. They still haven't canceled the tsunami warning. It is still active. So please be seeking higher ground immediately. You can always come back down from higher ground, but you can't get out of a tsunami. Come back over to our anchorage cam. Yeah, still looks good. I would imagine it takes some time for a tsunami to propagate. Oh yeah, let me know if you see something there. Looks like all of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, by the way, in Wisconsin. Which is great news. Samuel, do you know how often these cameras update? Here is a view. We have a lot of FAA cameras. This is a picture camera. Area looks okay. I think any high waters there. We have a lot of. It's like closer. Here's closer. Seeing the water seems pretty calm there. I mean, the earthquake happened like back over here. Not seeing over there anything near false pass. I don't know. It says 2100. I don't know how often these pictures get taken. It says it's 2100 right now, so this should be 2 minutes ago. This one's near the coast, near Sand Point. It was a little bit choppy over there. Was taken 2 minutes ago. Seeing anything there either. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know how long it takes a tsunami to like propagate. But I mean, I mean, this is pretty close to where the epicenter was. And we have tsunami warnings all the way up this coast. There's another bay area. Like everything's intact over here. It seems like these update pretty quickly. First sign is a pretty dramatic drop of water. Yeah. I mean, there is one camera that kind of looked like that was happening, but that was somewhere else. Like that wouldn't be happening yet. Yeah, that's the latest. I mean, all of these, some of these were taken like 30 minutes ago, and some of these were taken like 2 minutes ago. Like this one was like a couple minutes ago. About 10 minutes ago there. That one, unfortunately, is not looking at anything there. Oh, yeah, it was this one. It looked like there was a receding of the water there, but I don't think... I feel like this wouldn't be the area where we would see that. Then that just might be natural. The next picture will let us know, though. We'll see when we get another update. These are FAA cameras in the area. All kind of close to the coast of these areas. Where is that cam? This one is near Nawalek, Alaska. Yeah, it seems like it's usually like that, according to the latest, or according to the visual reference. That's what it usually looks like. Yeah, get the music back going. See if we have any new info. Yeah, still 7.3. So that happened like right here. So like near Sandpoint. That is where like in these islands would be the first one that gets a tsunami if there is one. Where did that link go? Oh, there it is. Let's go find Sandpoint. Oh yeah, Sandpoint's like right here. So this would be and this is, yeah, Sandpoint, and this is like facing towards where the tsunami would go. It's like on the other side of the island. Like if like this is where the tsunami would hit first. And it seems normal. Maybe it didn't produce a tsunami. Let me see if I can get any more updates. By the way, we have a severe thunderstorm warning still with one of these storms heading towards Waupun, Horicon, and Mayville in Wisconsin. Seems like the severe weather is past for Chicago, and still a storm heading towards Clifton and Gilman, and another one potentially going to come down to St. Louis there. You'll post in the Discord? Okay. Which part of the Discord? Oh, I see it. Okay, we have buoys. Is there any like actually in the bay? All I see are buoys that are like out into like the Gulf of Alaska, which some might help, but I'm not seeing anything like abnormal on them. Check out Anchorage again. Make sure this is current. Yeah, still not seeing anything here. Even if it doesn't occur. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we don't have just to be clear, we do not have any confirmation that there is a tsunami yet with this storm. No confirmation yet. All we have are the tsunami warnings. We're just investigating. I feel like if there was a tsunami, we would already be seeing impacts on that one camera, though. Which makes me believe that it might not have produced one, but I don't want to say something that's not true because I'm not a tsunami or earthquake expert. I'm just a guy that has a vast general knowledge of a lot of things, and I'm a quick learner. And I do know physics very well. You went on a date yesterday? How'd it go? I do know physics, and if 7.3 earthquake happened here and pushed out a tsunami, I think tsunami waves can move like at a pretty fast speed, like over 100 miles per hour. And they can move over like 500 miles per hour. And so it should be at Sandpoint already, if there is a tsunami. Look, the plane just landed. What the heck? It just created a plane tsunami. They slow down in shallower water. Oh, okay, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, still nothing over there in Anchorage. Thank you, Relic, for the 5. Thank you so much. Yeah, still no updates on whether, yeah, tsunami warning is still in effect. They have not canceled it yet. Hopefully we'll be able to get some updates soon on if there's been any reports of tsunami yet. Water's still in the bay, so that's good. Yeah, it is good. Let's go back over to those. Let's go back over to those cameras. See if we have any updates. Okay, this one just came in at 2106. So this is a new image. This is near the bay. Play a camera loop. Yeah, no big changes. And this this has to be like, unless these islands broke the wave, which the earthquake happened right here, so the wave would propagate towards Sandpoint. So unless something broke the wave, it doesn't seem like one happened. But again, that's just a guess at this point, because this is a very recent image at a Sandpoint, and there is just absolutely no indication yet of a tsunami there. To go away from land. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, let's check over here near King Grove. We'll move away from Sandpoint and just make sure that we're not seeing anything anywhere else. Here's Cold Bay. Yeah, this was just issued. This photo is just taken. I can't tell. I think we're too far away from the bay on that camera. Could have moved south instead. It could have, if there was one. Yeah. Okay, this is pretty close. This was taken 30 minutes ago. That's not very helpful. Trying to pick areas that are close to the coast that are kind of facing, like if the tsunami propagated towards land. Hey, let's come back over here. Like the earthquake happens right here, right? If the tsunami propagated like this, Probably would have reached Sandpoint first. Probably would have been diverted by these islands and kind of gone in between and weakened. And then would have kept on going in this direction. Eventually reaching Samiti Wilderness, and still could have been carrying. I mean, if it was like a decently sized tsunami, that still would have been carrying quite the force still at this point. I mean, these things can reach for thousands of miles still with some impacts. And then eventually it would have come into here. The wave would have got compressed a little bit, maybe briefly stronger on that little pass. I mean, it would have gone all the way through this area if it was a big enough tsunami. I guess, yeah. So, no reports though. Well, I don't know. Come back over here, just check for rotations in the middle of, yeah, still no dangerous rotations on these storms moving off to the east. But definitely still some stronger winds of up to 60 miles per hour still possible. Yeah. Yeah, nothing dangerous again in terms of tornadic activity. And it seems like no tornadic activity further to the south either. I think our tornado event is almost coming to a close. Check back in with Anchorage. Propagates from all directions. You think so? Waiting for more data. Okay. Tsunami confirmed. Where'd you hear that information from, Angel? Need to update my title. Why? Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we had a 7.3 earthquake off of near Sandpoint, Alaska. It was at a depth of 20.1 kilometers. And we've had tsunami warnings issued all the way out over here. Almost all the way up into Anchorage, including areas like Sandpoint, Larsen Bay, Koi. I don't know how to say that. Oops, sorry. But that is this area here. We have not. So Agenda Free TV is saying that the tsunami has been confirmed. Not sure where he's getting that information from. Let me see if I can find that on my own. Wow, they're saying that it was now at a depth at 12 miles on the tsunami.gov. This is what I'm looking at right now. There's earthquake information. There doesn't seem to be anything here that has confirmed a tsunami as far as I can tell. But I'm still trying to figure out that information. Yeah, that's what people are saying. He's saying the tsunami has been, Agenda Free TV is saying the tsunami's been confirmed. I am still trying to figure that out on my own. I don't know. Let me see if I can, I'm still trying to find it. It could be possible. Okay, yeah, I see it. This is here's the post. Tsunami message number 2, National Tsunami Warning Center in Palmer, Alaska. Tsunami has been confirmed and some impacts are expected. Revised magnitude. The tsunami warning remains in effect. Tsunami warning for South Alaska, Alaska Peninsula, Pacific Coast from Kennedy Entrance, Alaska, 40 miles southwest of Homer, to Unimak Pass, Alaska. So it has been confirmed. Is that another plane? What is this in Anchorage? Are those just waves? Did another plane just land? He's looking at National Geo. I think those are just waves. I don't think they would show up in Anchorage. Yeah, see, planes. Another plane just landed. Oops. Apparently saying it 4.3 just happened again. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, 4.3 earthquake there near Sandpoint, Alaska. 13.1 kilometers. Yeah, aftershocks, yeah. Yeah, if anybody has any updates on, oh wow, apparently we're getting reports that tsunami sirens are going off in Old Harbor, Alaska. Here's a video of that. Yeah, the latest update from the I found out where people are getting this information from. Here's the latest update. Yeah, it has been confirmed. So we do have a tsunami ongoing. And we have a camera. Oops, sorry, I had to change my title. We have a camera over here in Anchorage that we're still keeping an eye on. Haven't seen anything interesting here yet. We have a lot of like picture cameras, but they haven't really been too helpful. We come over, where's that website? Yeah, this. This is like the closest to the coast here. And this is like an airport. And these are recent images. Still no tsunami, at least at Sandpoint. At the moment, we are still not seeing one pop up there. This is over in Perry. You can see water is still at the normal level there. It's a lake in Anchorage. Is it really? It says it's like oh yeah, you're right. Oh my goodness. That's embarrassing. It is a lake in Anchorage. I looked at it, it looked like it was near the coast, but it is actually a lake. So that's not going to be helpful. But to be fair, actually, it's not completely pointless. If you get a big tsunami come through, it's going to make it to that lake. But so it's not completely pointless. But so far, I don't even think Anchorage is in a tsunami warning. But that's the closest one we have right now. So we are still looking for more webcams. It's very, very close to the shore. I mean, you like, if we get like a tsunami that is actually gonna impact people's lives, it will show up on that lake camera. Trust me. Homer, Alaska. Yeah, Homer, Alaska would be a great camera. I've been searching for one there too. There are FAA cams near Homer. So this is Homer, Alaska FAA camera. You can kind of see the waterfront there. Put a loop. There hasn't been much of a change. Actually, it kind of seems like no, really doesn't seem like much of a change. Yeah, I mean, we have picture cameras that take photos. Like you see, like here's a visual reference. Can't see anything there. Never mind. Yeah, we have picture cams like all along this area. Closest picture cam to the epicenter is this one, and we haven't seen anything show up on it yet. And we just keep checking. You know, I mean, this is the best we've got. We don't have any like a lot. I've been searching for live cameras, and I just haven't been able to find any. Yeah, I do want to come back over to our severe weather coverage though, just for a second. I just want to make sure we're not getting anything unexpected. Yeah, we've got a potential rotation developing here near Campbell's. Let me make sure we're up to date on our storm chaser here. Yeah, they're near Fond du Lac, which doesn't have much rotation, but this one to the south is actually developing some pretty strong rotation and is probably about to get a tornado warning near Campbell's Sport. So if you live near Campbell's Sport, I would be in your safe spots. That seems pretty concerning there. This is a view from Charlie Bordeaux on the storm near Fond du Lac. Doesn't have much rotation, but you can actually see the storm there pretty well. All right, I'm still trying to find it. Still trying to find cameras. City of Homer. Any cameras there? We have, I think, like 10 minutes left with him because he had a lot of connection disruptions. Yeah, 10 minutes. Actually, technically 11. You have a camera in Homer. How did you find it? Is it a live camera? Where's Kodiak located? You guys think that the Tsunami's gonna actually make it there? I feel like it would be. I feel like it would. There's too much of a barrier. Like the Tsunami would like run into here. I don't know. Maybe. I feel like Homer is a better bet, or like literally anywhere like this one, like Chignik. Let me see if Chignik has one. That might also have too much of a barrier as well. Near the Russian border? I have no idea where the Russian border starts and ends out here. I will be honest. Yeah, I got a nice. I got a good enough camera in Anchorage. If again, if this is gonna be like a serious event, like you'd likely make it to Anchorage, and we should get warnings out there eventually. Let me see if we have any new information out on this thing. Yeah, no new information. I'm honestly surprised they haven't warned Anchorage. But yeah, I mean, Anchorage is still not in a tsunami warning. And our last little update said a tsunami was confirmed, but that's about it. We haven't gotten any other info. What I am interested on is like if we can find any cameras here. Like, is there anything in Samiti Wilderness? Like that, it would be like a perfect area. I'm looking for a camera where I know we would see I know where we would see a tsunami. Like, I know if one makes it to Anchorage and it's strong enough, we will see it on our Anchorage cam top left. I know that for a fact. That's why we have that cam. Other than that, we haven't been able to find anything. Maybe like King Cove. Buoy cam? Wait, what are these? Yeah, other than that, our best bet is these FAA cameras. I mean, this isn't a bad resource. If a tsunami comes through, we will see it. As it is, it takes a photo maybe like once every 10 minutes. I'm not seeing anything on buoy cams. Yeah, we haven't seen literally anything on any of these cameras either. But the tsunami is confirmed Just don't know. It's like, here's our closest point. And it's near a shore. And it's not, if there is a tsunami, it's not strong enough to make it onto shore here. Well, where can you send it, Moxie Cat? Can you send it to me on Twitter or something? Yeah, apparently if a wave was going to impact Sandpoint, it should have been within the net. It should have been like 10 minutes ago. If that's correct. I guess we'll just stay over here. Let me check for any new updates. Yeah, no new updates. Our last update was this one at 1:13 p.m. at Alaska time of the confirmed tsunami. I haven't heard of any impacts. We haven't seen any videos of anything happening. Check our buoy information. This buoy, if it did go to the south, it would have been this buoy that would get hit. Not reporting any information. None of these are. What the heck? Why isn't that working? Do a refresh. All those buoys are down. This is a webcam in Homer that is supposed to update like every 60 seconds, but I think it's been stuck on the same frame for a while. It's at 5:24 p.m. Yeah, I think that's old. Send it to me on Twitter. Is this literally a boat cam? That's crazy. Kodiak is evacuating. Fox weather is showing what now? Let me check it out. Yeah, they're not showing anything. They're just showing buoy cams. They're not showing anything helpful. Yeah, apparently Kodiak is evacuating. Apparently this is near Kodiak. I don't know. This was taken at 11:13 or 31. I don't know how often. Yeah, this is like a boat. Seems like it takes one like every 10 minutes. Isn't this, you said this was near Kodiak? Like, it kind of looks like the shore is okay for now, but you're not going to really be able to see it. Well, actually you can. If it's a big tsunami, I mean, if it's shallow here, you will definitely be able to see a ripple. Not seeing anything out there. Where? Click the overview map. Oh yeah, it's right out over here. So just outside, it just left Kodiak. You should get a new photo here within 10 minutes. Look at that storm over there. Where is this? Oh my gosh. Wait a second. Where is this? Raspberry Island? It's on a shore somewhere, but I'm not sure. South of Kodak? Oh, this is a good camera then. Someone said it was showed that it was receding. But you can see it's actually slightly going up. It's not receding. If you go back like an hour, you can actually see that it is slightly going up here. Like very slightly. Not sure if that's due to the tsunami or not, or just tide changes. That was a small change over like 30 minutes. This is a live cam, yeah. This is in Raspberry Island. Let me see where that is. Raspberry Island. And that should be in Alaska. Is what it says. I'm just not sure. Northeast side of Kodak. I have to refine where Kodiak is. My map that I'm using just does not have great labels out here for Alaska. Like regular tidal movement, yeah. But this would be a great camera to catch the tsunami if it does come through. I mean, this is pretty close to the coast there. Let's go check back over on our Anchorage Lake cam. Make sure it's live. Yeah, not really seeing many changes there. I mean, this is going to be the cam of the hour. I mean, this is, I think, the best cam we've been able to find. You can rewind it to see the water going out on that one. I mean, if it happens at a certain point, then that's just tide. I mean, the earthquake only happened about 40 minutes ago, right? Or like almost an hour ago. Let's see where the... Oh my gosh. It was 6 hours ago. And yeah, it slowly recedes, but that's tide. That's the tide change. The earthquake didn't happen 3 hours ago. And it seems like we're coming back out of low tide. Another aftershock? Let's see if I can get confirmation on that. Oh yeah, we've had a couple of aftershocks. Check this out. A bunch of 4.0, 3.8 aftershock. Yeah. Was that like a 25.3 kilometers? I mean, I feel like the tsunami would be here by now, but maybe not. Maybe it takes a while. I'm not a tsunamiologist by any means. Setup is so fancy. Thank you. Yeah, we've been changing a lot. Let's see if there's any new info out of tsunami.gov. Yeah, no new info. They haven't canceled the warning. Tsunami is still confirmed. How close is this camera to Sandpoint? I have to figure out where the heck Kodiak is. Hold on. Let me find it on my map. This is apparently pretty close to Kodiak. Yeah, it's like over here. What is this? Is this Raspberry Island? Which one's Raspberry Island? I can't find it on this map. Yeah, Anchorage is not in the warning, yeah. But if it's a strong tsunami, you know, if it hit like an area and it was a strong tsunami, they would extend it, but we haven't really had much information on that yet. Is near Point Loins? Okay. But yeah, I think our camera on the bottom left is like right in here. Like somewhere in this area. It could be like one of these guys. I don't know. To be honest, when I search it, it doesn't show up on my map. I might have to check Google Maps. Oh yeah. All right, we got new information. It's changed color. I don't know what that means. It doesn't have any information. Oh, it says advisory. What does that mean? Oh, so that's like under a, okay. It looks like they've downgraded it. Tsunami advisory is issued when a tsunami with the potential to generate strong currents or wave dangerous to those in or very near the water is imminent, expected, or occurring. Threat may continue. Okay, so what does that mean in terms in differences to a warning? Wait, how do I get the advisory? All right. When a tsunami with the potential to generate widespread inundation is imminent. Advisory, when a tsunami with the potential to generate strong current. Is that a downgrade? Okay. It seems like the warning is worse. But you know, to be honest, given what we've seen, I mean, we have literal cameras in Sandpoint. We have this boat that's floating around. I haven't seen anything. We have a picture camera in Sandpoint, Alaska that has a view of the shore, and we haven't seen anything. So I would assume if it is a tsunami, it's one of the smaller ones. Because we do have a confirmation. There is a tsunami with this, but it seems like if they downgraded it to an advisory, it must be like one of those smaller ones, not a big one. Yeah, let me go check back on the tornado threat just to make sure, because we have seen some areas of rotation. Yeah, strong winds over here near Brothertown might get some a severe thunderstorm warning there, but I'm not seeing any dangerous rotation. You have a severe thunderstorm warning going towards South Bend, Indiana. I think you windy for the 10. Depends on how fast it is. Okay, thank you. Oh.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
People are evacuating. There's something going on. Well, the people are
severe thunderstorm watch
evacuating in Kodiak. That's where we heard. And this is very close to Kodiak. It's like only like a couple of miles away from Kodiak. I think it takes a while for it to at least get to Kodiak. So, but Kodiak is not.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
God, it's so annoying. I hate it when it does that multiple times. Yeah, just for clarification, a tsunami warning is a tsunami is imminent or expected. Tsunami advisory suggests a tsunami may produce strong currents or wave, but widespread inundation is not expected. People should stay away from coastal waters and beaches. So yeah, the tsunami warning is definitely worse for the people in chat saying that the tsunami advisory is worse. I saw a couple people say that. Thank you, Wendy, for the 5. Thank you so much. The 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Guys, make sure you're saying a big old thank you to Wendy. Yeah. So it doesn't seem like it's going to be a widespread tsunami, but if you live near the coast, you know, I would still suggest getting to higher ground just to be safe. But we're not expecting like big inundation, which means it's not one of those big tsunamis like we saw in like Indonesia like a decade ago, or like in Japan. We're not talking about that kind of tsunami, thankfully, which is why I was like tuning into it, because I was like, oh my gosh, Alaska. Even though people don't think about Alaska that much, that's still the United States. And I personally love Alaska for one reason, and one very important reason. That's where all the crab comes from. And you got the deadliest catch up there. And not sure if you guys have ever seen pictures of Alaska, but it's beautiful up there. The news is using the same cam I am. Yeah. This is the only cam in the area that will see any sort of tsunami that's live. So we'll watch it. I mean, even a small tsunami would be somewhat interesting to see, I guess. But I gotta eat soon. Getting a little hangry. I might just leave the camera up. Go eat. I don't know. Can you send us the camera? What do you mean? Oh, no, I mean, I'm still here. I ain't going anywhere right now. I'm just telling you guys I'm hungry. And I will be leaving eventually. I'm basically saying I'm not going to stay here for 5 hours waiting for a small wave. But if you live near the coastal areas, I would certainly, you know, heed evacuation warnings if you're under them and just get to higher ground. Just in case. But it seems like they have a pretty good understanding of just how big this tsunami was, and they're not worried to the point to keep the tsunami warning going. But there is still a tsunami advisory. This is interesting. This is a camera from Homer. I think. Someone just sent this to me. I'm not sure. It updates like once a second. It's around 35 minutes to the tsunami would get to Kodiak if there ends up being one. 35 minutes from now, Savannah, or in like 35 minutes since the earthquake? Because it's already been 35 minutes since the earthquake. Oh, from now. Who's saying that? If it's 35 minutes from now, we'll just hang out for 35 minutes and see if it hits this camera. See what all the hubbub's about. 10 inches or so. I mean, listen. Is it gonna scratch that itch? If you are tuning in to see otherworldly disasters, probably not. Is it gonna kill a bunch of people? Hopefully not. I don't think so. But would it be kind of cool to see this little lip here go up 10 inches? Honestly, it kind of would. It would be kind of an interesting sight. Yeah, if I go back in time, there hasn't really been much of a change in the water height yet. If it's in 35 minutes, it won't drop until it's close. You know, this is definitely low tide. Yeah, I mean, if we go 6 hours, and again, this was before the earthquake even happened. So no, it didn't recede because of the earthquake. This is high tide. And right now, as you can see, we're in low tide. A huge tidal wave. Yeah, I mean, if there was if we were talking like Japan type tidal wave or like Indonesia type tidal wave, I mean, it would look crazy. This camera would not survive. All those trees would get knocked over. You know, in an area like this where it's pretty shallow, you might even see the tsunami break, where it actually becomes a wave, which would have been just absolutely crazy. But we're getting reports that it's only about like 10 inches tall, which is, you know, like low-lying areas near the coast definitely need to pay attention to that. Don't want to get sucked into the ocean. But for most people, that's an easy thing. I mean, just get 10 inches higher than where you are right now if you're closer to the coast, and you're, you know, most likely going to be okay. I would go a little bit higher than that. Just to be safe, though. Just in case they're wrong. Being sucked in the ocean would suck. To be honest, yeah. I'd say. What's happening? Yeah, we got a confirmed tsunami. Should be coming into this area in about 30 minutes. It's not a big one, but we might see something. We'll see. We'll see if the water goes up. We had a 7.3 earthquake. A 7.3 magnitude earthquake, 12 miles depth, happened near Sandpoint, Alaska. So a quick little update. This did start off as a severe thunderstorm coverage stream. Still have some decent winds over there near Brothertown. No tornado warnings right now. All severe thunderstorm warnings in Wisconsin have been allowed to expire. We still have one heading towards South Bend, though. Also, a couple dotted out over here. And a little update on our tropical system. Still 40% chance of forming. Still pretty darn weak and disorganized system. Not really seeing anything really sticking out to me as any real organization. Just a little update as we await for our mini tsunami. Yeah, receding water usually means, I'm not sure if it's going to recede though for a 10-inch tsunami. I don't know. But this is the only cam that will capture anything. We have searched probably for the last hour to see if any cam will catch anything. And this is the best one by far, by a mile, that is actually live. So you think it would? Okay. Well, that would be interesting to see too. Because it says, they said 35 minutes, 5 minutes, or about 7 minutes ago. So we're about at 28 minutes until it comes through. Thank you, Shauna and Donna, for subscribing. Thank you so much. What area is the cam? This is Raspberry Island. Kodiak Raspberry Island. It is actually, I just found it on Google. It's this island right here. So here's Kodiak, where we've had evacuations. And here is Raspberry Island, this guy right here. Not exactly sure where on Raspberry Island the camera is, but it's the best thing we've got. Our earthquake happened down here. It was a 7.3. And they're thinking tsunami of up to 10 inches could make it up this way. It's in a tsunami advisory right now. And hey, we might see something. We might see something. So that's why we're still live. The severe weather threat's pretty much gone down in Wisconsin quite drastically. Well, we started this stream with a large tornado on the ground. I'm going back in time just to see if any changes have happened that we haven't noticed. Nope. Wait. Okay, pay attention to where the water is now. When I jump to live, does it seem like it went up? I just jumped to live. Seemed like it went up a little bit. No. All right. I feel like we're coming back into high tide. I don't think that's obviously not the tsunami, but I think we're coming back into high tide. So I think the tide is coming back in. No, it hasn't hit yet. We're about 25 minutes from it coming through, according to latest estimations. They're going crazy in the chat on the live cam. Why? What are they? What are they saying? It's not showing up on my end. Hold on, let me do a refresh. Did they close the live chat? It's not open on my end. Let me open it on my separate screen here. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. They're making dick jokes. About the size of the tsunami. Nope, we're getting a bot. We gotta kick him out. They are going crazy over there. It's nonstop. It's nonstop. Why? Can we not go through one tsunami with some maturity? Jeez. Look at that bird just landed. It has zero cares. Yeah, you know, if something crazy happens during my stream that's not weather related, we will cover it. Especially when I got nothing better to do. You know, if there's a bunch of tornado warnings, this would be harder. I mean, we'd still be giving it coverage, but the tornado threat in Wisconsin is pretty much done for. But hey, I mean, if a new tornado warning happens, we'll technically be here. Actually, 7.2 was located 50 miles of Sandpoint. Tsunami waves a maximum of 0.5 foot were recorded in King Cove and Sandpoint. Wow, they've dodged a lot of bullets up there. Yeah, Japan. Yeah, Japan had some crazy freaking tsunamis, and also Indonesia as well. I've seen videos of that, and like that when I heard the news of tsunami warnings issued, that's like the first thing that came to mind. I was like, uh-oh. Then I saw the earthquake was 7.3, and I was like, uh-oh. But then they downgrade the warning to an advisor, and I was like, oh. But then they said that there could still be a 10-inch tsunami that comes through this area in 35 minutes. I was like, I guess. We'll hang out. That's kind of been where my emotions have been at today in terms of this event. Yeah, this is just I think the water should be coming up a little bit by a little bit, because I think we're past the low tide. But a 10-inch tsunami, like, you'd notice it. The water will rise noticeable within a short amount of time. It's not going to like slowly creep up. Heck, I wonder if we'll even see any ripples. See if the cam shakes? Oh. What time did we know? Did we have an exact time of when it happened? That's a good idea. We should see if the camera ripples. When did that happen? Shoot, I am horrible at converting UTC. I mean, I think there's a chance. It's kind of far away, but maybe it kind of felt it. Shoot. Yeah, I'm horrible. What's 2037 UTC? I don't even know what that is. I'm supposed to be good at converting that since I'm a weatherman, but like, what is that in Central Time? I just use apps that don't use UTC. But it happened at 2037 UTC. Yeah, is the quake, but what is that in Central Time? Or I guess not Central Time, but in Alaskan time. All right, we'll just go to like 38 over and over until we find. There's 138. Would have been like right around here. 137 and 37 seconds. Oh, that bird took off. Was it really only 40 minutes ago? No. I feel like it should be 12:37. I feel like this has been going on for longer than 40 minutes. Or maybe I'm just, my time perception is absolutely terrible. An hour before that. No shaking. I think it would have taken a little bit of time for the earthquake to get here. Wouldn't have gotten here instantly. We'll wait a little bit to see if it ever shook. Still no shaking. Yeah, maybe they didn't feel it. The birds did move a little bit though. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Are going back a bit more? I mean, it said 12:37. Do we have any confirmation that it happened on this camera? There's a person over there. What the heck? Look at that person walking their dog, I think. Yeah, 12:37. So, I mean, we can go back just like a little bit before 12:37. The water was up by the cams? No, that was way before. When the water was up by the cams, that was like a long time ago. So that wouldn't have been the main earthquake. That might have been like a pre-shock. Wait. I swear I saw something move, but I think I was just tripping. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. If anybody can like, there, I'll put the link in there. If anybody wants to try to investigate, and then if you find it, here, if you find it, just tell us the timestamp. Yeah, I mean, I think we're about 15 or 20 minutes out now from, is it 20 or 15 minutes out now from the 10-inch tsunami potentially coming in here. We'll see if we actually see it on this camera or not. It's our best bet. Yeah, the tide is definitely rising again. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it reached its low point. Now it's coming back up. Yeah, it's still an advisory. We do have some new updates. Yeah, the forecast is 1440. It says Alaska daytime. What time is that? This is from the actual tsunami.gov. It says forecast start of tsunami Kodiak, which is near where we are, 1440 Alaska time. So that would be, oops, sorry. This scene, sorry. That'd be 35 minutes from now. No, 25 minutes until the tsunami comes through. Alaska time. Because that's where our camera is located. So it's 25 minutes. This is from this is Raspberry Island, which is located right here. There's Kodiak, where we had evacuations, and then there's Raspberry Island, this little weird looking axe / golf club looking island. .602, Renee, that's before the earthquake even happened. Let me do a time zone converter on my end just so I can. It's 2 p.m. there now. Okay, so 14. Are you sure? I'm looking at a website. It says 1:19 there. Yeah, the warning has been downgraded to an advisory, but there is still an expected tsunami. It's just going to be on the smaller side, and it should be coming in by around 20 minutes if our math is right. You live here? Okay. All right. Hey, I'm just double checking. I want to be oh, it's Alaska daylight time. Ah, that's the trick. That brings it to the correct. Okay. Yeah, Alaska daylight time. That's 2:40 Alaska Daylight Time is when it's going to be there, which is in 20 minutes. That's the forecast according to this tsunami.gov. So that's not coming from anybody else but an official source. In 20 minutes, that's when a 10-inch tsunami, or around 10 inches, is what they're saying. So that is the time. So 20 minutes, folks, until it comes in. And again, it's not gonna be like, you know, earth shattering. You're not gonna come away from this and be like, wow, this was definitely worth spending an hour of my time to watch. But you will leave this thinking, I've never seen that before. If it actually shows up. I will say there's some ripples showing up. Have we always been getting ripples? Oh yeah, there's always been ripples. All right, just making sure. Oh, wow. This is only 10 minutes ago. That's 10 minutes ago right there. Is the tide rising that fast? I guess that makes sense. That's a pretty big jump in 10 minutes. Was that it? Was that the tsunami? If you go 10 minutes in the past, that's what it looked like. That seems a bit much for a tide change, but that could still be a tide change. We'll wait until we'll wait until like 12 or 2:45 just in case the forecast is off. And if nothing changes, like if we don't see any like waves or ripples or anything, I'm at least going to go start making some food because I'm getting hungry. We'll leave the stream up. I don't know. I'm going to be completely honest, folks. I don't know what we're looking for. I've never seen a 10-inch tsunami, so I don't know what it looks like. I know the water go up. That's about all I know. Water go up in a short period of time. Looking for about a 2-foot influx wave. Okay. So if there's actually going to be like a visible ripple come through, then that we can see. Bird. Yep, there is a bird there. There's 2 birds actually. 3 birds now. There's a white bird there. It's been sitting there for like 20 minutes. Like a normal wave, but with more water behind it. Okay. All right. We'll see. I'm just going off of y'all's word. I have never seen a small tsunami before. Can't remember. What was the last one we tried to see? Was that like in Jamaica? I remember this is not the first time we've been on Tsunami Watch on this channel before. I'm not on hold. It's the background music. I turned it down a little bit lower. So when I stop talking, you should be able to hear some tunes. Oh, wait. The desktop audio is down. Or was off. I turned it back on. We should have music back. Should be a little bit louder. Have I ever seen one? No. The last one I think produced like 2 inches. I forget where we were watching from though. What are those things out in the water? I think they're rocks. I'm pretty sure. Eruption in Iceland. When is Iceland not erupting? The heck? Yeah, you guys might have gotten a little spinny thing there. I just got an alert that my OBS disconnected. I'm doing it through Wi-Fi and I'm pushing through quite a bit of kilobits per second. I forgot to plug in via wire. What the heck is happening? A tsunami. Well, first there was a 7.3 earthquake near Sandpoint in Alaska. A tsunami has been confirmed and is going to arrive at this camera in 14 minutes, according to the Tsunami.gov forecast. And this camera, it should be in a place where we can see it. But again, not sure what it's going to look like or how it's going to look like in this exact area. We don't know exactly where on Raspberry Island this camera is. That is the only variable that we cannot control, as the poster did not. This Birch Robbins has not specified where exactly this camera is. So that's all we know. We just know it's on Raspberry Island, and potentially a tsunami wave of up to 10 inches is about to come through here in now 13 minutes. According to forecast. Can we get a 10-second countdown? I don't think it's going to be exact. I don't know how exact tsunami forecasts are. Has the water receded at all? No, it's been going up slowly. The tide's moving back in. So the water won't recede until like minutes before. If it actually, I don't know if it's going to recede for a 10-inch tsunami. Again, you guys are watching a weather person cover this. I am not a tsunamiologist. Yeah, I know it's come up, but I think that's the tide. We go back in like 10 minute intervals. You can see it's pretty consistent. So that's the tide. That is not the tsunami. The tsunami hasn't come yet. You can see like way back here, the tide was really high and then it's been lowering. Just the normal tide caused by the moon, and then it hit that low point and now it's coming slowly back up. But that is not that's not the Nami. Are earthquakes not weather? No. No. I am pretty confident it's not. Tide chasers on the ground live. That would be something. You know, if we don't see anything, if the forecasts are wrong and we just don't ever get a tsunami at all, at least we can say we saw the tide rise. But according to forecast, we are now 9 minutes, T-minus 9 minutes until a 10-inch tsunami comes through. And we saw birds, exactly. And this beautiful picturesque landscape. I mean, come on. We did see rocks. We saw rocks, kayaks. We saw water ripples. We learned about tides. We learned that tsunamis are not weather. Like I said, I don't even know what I'm expecting. I am imagining a small wave. Some people say there might be a small wave. So I don't know. I would laugh so hard if it was like the smallest wave and we were just all sitting here for the arrival of like the world's smallest wave. Even if like we do see the tsunami itself. It'd be kind of funny. It's like you can see it. It's just like a really teeny tiny wave slow rolling in and like the water rises like an inch. And we're all like, oh my gosh, there it is. I hope we at least see something. That's what I'm hoping. Because I have put back my dinner quite a bit for this. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. It'll look like a snake wave. All right. We shall see. T minus almost 8 minutes. We're almost T minus 8 minutes. What if as soon as the wave comes, the camera cuts out for exactly what was it, 2 minutes and 57 seconds? I'm just kidding. That was an Epstein joke. T minus 8 minutes until tsunami. Not all of them, just some of them. Yeah, from now on out, like every time I see a video that has a little timestamp on it, that's the only thing I think about it. Are you kidding? Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a good one. Where is this again? This is Raspberry Island in Alaska. It's literally right next to Kodiak, and Kodiak is mentioned in the latest tsunami.gov for the arrival of the tsunami at 2:40 p.m. Alaska Daylight Time, which is on the top left. We are now 6 minutes and 30 seconds from that point. I still haven't seen a wave, so it hasn't arrived early. We know that. My question is if it doesn't arrive at exactly 2:40, does that mean the forecast was wrong on the timing, or does that mean there's no tsunami? Are we gonna have to wait here for 10 minutes just to make sure the forecast was right? Like I said, this is my first time like watching a camera for a tsunami that I actually think is coming. The last time I think we were like in Jamaican or the Cayman Islands, somewhere random, but it turned out to be like a half an inch tsunami, and we saw nothing. Imagine the cam freezing. I don't even want to imagine that. I'd rage quit the live stream, probably delete my YouTube channel. Doesn't the water drop before a tsunami? It's supposed to. I'm not sure if that's going to happen with a small Nami. Are the ripples picking up? No. I don't think so. Well, let's check. If the water starts going down, then it's definitely receding. No. No, it's still only going up. That was 10 minutes ago, and this is current. So it's still only going up. It's still the same amount going up as it was before with the tide coming in. The tide's been fluctuating pretty quickly. So we'll see. T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds until tsunami. Allegedly. According to everything that the tsunami.gov has said. I just don't want y'all getting mad at me if they're wrong, because that's not me. I'm not a tsunamiologist. All I know is that we have the world's best camera to see literally anything with this. And if we see nothing, that's not my fault. Just want to make that clear. I don't want to see pitchforks. Yeah, it is confirmed. Yep. It is confirmed. And it is apparently approaching this area at 2:40. Waiting on small Nami. We better see a tsunami. Uh-oh. My channel, my fault. Y'all better be nice. I can just end this stream right now and never post the video link in the chat. I want to see nice compliments in chat. I have all the cards. But I won't. I probably won't. Still funny to think about. All right, T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If I had to guess, it's going to come out of the left side. Like where these ripples are already coming from. T-minus 1 minute and 45 seconds. The earthquake was south of Sandpoint. Is that right? Yeah, Sandpoint, Alaska. 7.3 magnitude. Confirmed tsunami. Potential 10-inch tsunami. Should be arriving in this location according to Tsunami.gov at 2:40 p.m. Alaska Daylight Time, which is in 1 minute and 10 seconds. $50 seconds. I don't know if we'd be able to see something far back. It's supposedly a 10-inch tsunami. Apparently, we are supposed to see a wave. That is supposed to happen. $20 seconds. I'm not doing a countdown because I'm too afraid nothing's gonna happen. All right. Where is it? From now, I mean, this is the forecast time, so it should be coming any second. Guys, it's not clickbait. It's that tsunami.gov said it. Stop. Kodiak. 1440 Alaska daylight time. So stop it. All people who claim clickbait will be timed out. It's still coming. It's a forecast time. Guys, calm down. Calm down. Everybody in chat's going crazy. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. They were wrong, not me. Obviously not 240. Because it did not happen at 240. So here's the next question we have to ask ourselves. Was the time wrong, or is the tsunami just not there? The only way we know is if we wait to find out. I just don't know for how long until we give up hope. Well, obviously it wasn't, guys, it's a 10-inch tsunami. It's not going to be like a wall of water. But apparently it's supposed to be a wave. Swallow your hopes and dreams. I don't wanna. I'm not giving up. Y'all can give up if you want to. I'm still watching. I might give up at like 250 though. But I swear, if 250 happens with still no tsunami, and I end the stream, and then I see a video of this exact camera at 251, I might throw my television screen across the room. Guys, we're all in this together. I hope you guys know that. Yes, I am running this live stream, but I am in the same boat as you guys. I wanted to see the tsunami too. I was disappointed it didn't come at exactly 240. But I'm still here. Because I still have hope. It will arrive. Until like 250, then I might not have no more hope. I think I'm probably going to lose hope at 250. I mean, there's little ripples, but that's not it. That's definitely not it. We've been seeing ripples. I can tell y'all right now, that's not it. We can act like it is, though. We can act like those ripples are the tsunami. That'll make everybody feel better. Yeah, they canceled the tsunami warning, but we still have a tsunami advisory. And the tsunami advisory is for a potential 10-inch tsunami. Supposedly supposed to arrive at Kodiak 3 minutes ago, or sorry, 5 minutes ago. But we ain't seeing nothing. Not even like an indication that something had happened. Like, oh, they canceled the advisory? Oh. Does that mean it's over? When did they do that? Did that just happen? Oh, they just canceled it now? Are you kidding me? What, were they watching this stream with us? Waiting for it to come? And then it didn't come? And then now they canceled the advisory? They couldn't have canceled it before? I could have ate food. Wow. I think that's exactly what happened. They were watching this camera and they were like, well, we were wrong. Well, that answers that question. I'm still waiting to 250. What if they're wrong twice? I'm watching till 250. If nothing happens, I'm done. I'm just over it. I'm eating food and I am. But hey, we tried. Everybody, at the very least, give a pat on your back for at least trying. This is the closest we've come this year to actually being able to see a tsunami. We had it tsunami confirmed and everything. We had them issuing forecasts on when the tsunami will arrive. I mean, dang. That's some bullcrap, though. Not gonna lie. I wanted to see one so bad. All right, we'll wait until 250, and then I'm gonna go look at the tropical system and the latest information on that, and then I'll probably hop off and eat. Come on, just like one little wave that's bigger than the others. Just give us a little one. Doesn't even have to be 10 inches. Six inches is fine, they say. 6 inches is enough. I know it's over. I wanted to see it so bad. I'm gonna just open that. Maybe like just like maybe one ripple that's bigger than the other ripples. We've tried. This is the second time we've tried to see a tsunami. The first time we didn't see it. I got really excited for this one because they issued the the forecast. They usually don't issue a forecast unless, you know, they have some pretty good confidence. Dang. All right. All right, let's do a little tropical forecast and then I'm hopping off. What a shame. It's still on the bottom left. If you guys see any freaking ripples, let me know. All right, I don't think there's really much to forecast here, guys. What in the heck? This storm is struggling. That's almost dead. Oh my goodness, look how it looks on satellite. Someone maimed our tropical wave. Jeez Louise. This thing got chopped, diced, sliced. Still got some decent thunderstorm activity over there, but I'm not even seeing a mid-level rotation anymore. Let's look from a radar far away. Maybe that's it? Yeah, I think this might be dead. I don't know. I'll release a forecast about it tomorrow, but I think I'm going to be focusing more on the severe weather to come next week than this thing. Unless something changes tonight. I'll keep watching it, but... All right, one more time. All right, I give up. I give up. I officially give up. All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, that was underwhelming to say the least. So I agree with you guys. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I wouldn't have done all of this if there wasn't anything on tsunami.gov. Trust me. When you can look at our past streams, we never go live for tsunamis because tsunami.gov never tells us what we should. So, you know, they issued it. We tried. We failed. But observed max. Oh my gosh, really? That's crazy. But all right, everybody. You have a good rest of your evening. And I will see you on the next one. Y'all stay safe out there. Peace. Wait. Should we raid somebody? You know what? Let's raid Agenda Free News. Hold on. Let's raid Agenda Free News. I've been wanting to raid him. I've been wanting him to notice me. That I exist. That'd be so cool. It feels like if he said my name. He probably won't even notice the raid because he probably has like so many people watching him, but he's not even live? It's not coming up for me. Okay. All right. Random raid. It is. I don't even see anybody to raid. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. I'm getting off. Peace.